It'll be in their time zone at least. And we'll have to wake up at an hour.
That's nice that this time frame works for both.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's only afternoon there. Well, late afternoon, but
No one was
But
saying
it's
4:30, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Hello,
it's okay.
Taryn Johnson.
Oh,
Hi.
does she have a whole crew with her?
So Juliet, while we just wait for the last few people to join us, we'll probably be starting in about 2 minutes time.
Okay.
What got you into scrapbooking? When did you start scrapbooking? Was a friend?
Sure, I'm a dinosaur on scrapbooking. I have been scrapbooking for about, how old is my oldest son? My oldest son is turning 22, so 22 years. Yeah, I was pregnant with him, and I had a neighbor that had been to some craft show in Natal in the good old days of, I think it was not Creative Memories, it was one of these sort of club things, and they had a few stickers, and I always loved stationery, so I was hooked. And that was the beginning, and it's 22 years later, it's still going strong.
Well done.
Nice.
So
Commitment.
always loved anything paper. My greatest love is paper. Paper, stationery, any sort of crafting things, but specifically paper. So scrapbooking was right up my alley. I used to decorate all my diaries and project books and everything at school. I think I spent more time doing little cutouts and stickers and things like that than the actual content. So it was a natural progression from there.
In your shop, how long have you had your shop?
I've had my shop, this is 17 years this year.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah. So the long haul.
That's good. That's great. Excellent.
And teaching, how long have you been teaching for?
Well, about as long as I've had my shop.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah. Obviously, when I opened the shop, started doing classes. So
Okay.
yeah, a good 16 years. I've been,
Wow.
I guess you can call it teaching.
Sharing
with
we've
people.
got one of your girls, Michelle Marlin.
Yes,
who moved,
Michelle.
so we hear
Oh,
a
we miss
lot about,
Michelle.
I know, so she always talks about your many albums and they're outstanding quality.
You
And
must send her our love.
yeah, so we always get a catch up about something, you know. Yeah. And someone else, they went to your shop, I think, the other day, but how beautiful all the display is. And,
Oh, it is a beautiful
yeah, it's
shop.
a huge
Oh,
part of
thank
it.
really
you.
beautiful
Yeah.
Hello, Shane. Sure.
Hello,
Shane DeVray.
Shane.
Yay!
Also one of the industry
Yes.
originals. Goes back many years in scrapbooking.
Yeah, we don't like to call it old
No,
in the
no.
industry. We've just
Historical.
yeah,
Yeah.
been around for a while.
Yeah. Benita, you've had your shop
The Port
many years,
Alfred
eh?
one, yeah, Port Alfred one, it was 11 this year.
11.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
and he was only one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I also started scrapbooking when I think the teenagers that you needed a night away.
Mhm.
You know, for your own time. And I've also
Still
loved paper
do.
my whole life, married a printer, hello. But yeah, so it was always like a Wednesday night, and you could
Yeah.
literally buy whatever the person got in because there was such a little.
Yeah, there was
So,
such a little.
yeah.
We bought everything that there was,
Yeah,
and now we're so
so-
spoiled for choice. We're
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
lucky.
18, also about 20 years. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
What's amazing for me
baby
has been the progression from everything being imported to having being spoiled so much with local
Yeah.
content. I mean,
Huge
we are
quality.
really blessed to have
Mm.
such fabulous designers, obviously like Celebrate.
Oh,
Yeah.
And many
just
others
paid to
that-
say that, you know.
Literally, you got the stencil
No,
and
we-
the chippies to match.
Yes,
Oh,
no, we
yeah.
really are. That so much of our content is available locally and printed locally and designed locally, and it's fabulous.
Yeah.
It just shows how strong the industry is and the passion for scrapbooking and paper crafting.
Yeah, and
So
local
we're
are
very
exporting.
grateful for that.
Yes, that's even better.
Taking over the world.
Taking over
Yeah.
one continent at a time.
We'll try one country at a time.
We've got Yvette joining us. Yvette
Morning,
Joburg. Yeah.
Oh,
Lathan, she's from Erin's hometown
Yes,
of
Vintage
Hilton.
Hilton.
Hilton and KZN.
Ooh, is
Yeah.
it misty?
Yeah, the misty
Although
town.
it's not really misty in winter.
And yeah, hi Amber. Amber's
Ah.
from Benoni. Great to have you all join us.
So cool.
We're really excited for today's class. So I think it's 5 past. I think most people have probably logged on.
The
and
slow folks
joined.
can catch up.
So yeah, so I'm going to switch cameras and just get everything ready. If you can get your bulk packs out, your alpha bulk
Yeah.
packs, get them
You're
ready.
going to need your bulk packs now.
So Erin just asked me to introduce Juliet. So hello,
Hi.
this is Juliet. For those of you who don't know Juliet, Juliet, we're really thankful that you. This is your second class here with us.
Yes, it is.
So
Face behind that.
we're very excited to have you
Thank you.
back
Thanks
here
for
again.
inviting me back. Obviously, I passed
Yeah.
the test.
So for those of you who don't know, whenever you see free Celebrate layouts every month with every
Right.
collection, they're designed by
Every month.
Juliet and the notes are uploaded for you. And that's all Juliet. So she's really part of the Celebrate team. Yeah.
And how awesome is it that Dennis and Erin send you free notes with
But
your
you
awesome
understand.
products in it? I think it's just
So where's the tip, John? Every time you say something nice, we'll put it.
Explain to the ladies, this is special.
It is.
See, we'll charge 150 for notes.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Rent free.
as Bonnie said. But it really is special because there's love and care put into every pack and every creation that comes out of Celebrate, and we can see that in what you guys do. And we love that you always want to be in touch with the customers and share with them, and it's fabulous. So and presenting a class like this, a free class, is just fabulous. So thank you for inviting me, and I'm super excited to
Juliet.
So
share what I've
consider,
done with you.
consider yourself introduced.
Thank you, Dennis.
Okay, let me switch the
Right,
cameras
so we're going to
around.
switch cameras so that you can see what we're doing over here.
Have they seen that out?
Yeah, just show them. Hello, Cecile. Hello, Bella. And Sanette.
Early birds.
Okay.
Bird.
Right. Let's do this. All right, so obviously we're going to need our Celebrate bulk pack. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to really push your limits today. We're going to try our best to do 2 double layouts in the time that we've got. Now, I'm sure some of you who've done my layouts before will know that it sometimes takes 3 to 6 hours to do one. But we're going to get this done today. Okay, so I'm going to take you through step by step. If you have not already done your fussy cutting, then please don't stress. I will show you some tips to how you can add the fussy cuts later. But let's just open our paper pack so we can have a look at what we're going to work with first. Right, so for now, you can just take your embellishment pack, your chipboards, and your acetate sheet. You can just put those aside. We'll get to those a little bit later. And I'm going to show you the sheets that we did use for the fussy cutting. If you haven't yet cut, then you can just put these aside. The cover sheet on the back, we have fussy cut this whole sheet as well as the zigzag border strip. Okay, so that's one. And then these sheets right at the back, it's the sheet number 9, Courageous. You need to have cut this. I have not used these 2 corners and 1 or 2 small things inside. So if you haven't, you don't need to do those 2. You can use those on other projects. But basically these bits in the middle have been cut. And then this sheet, we are also cutting the tags. I've used some of these little strips. You can really choose which strips work for you based on the photos that you're going to use on the layout. You don't have to use the strips that I've used. But yeah, so we're using a couple of these little word strips, some of the tags. So you need to fussy cut that. We're not fussy cutting this sheet. I'm actually using this gorgeous color. This is probably my favorite color in the pack. I just love it. Yeah, so we are using this sheet. If you have cut it, don't stress. We'll find another piece that you can use. We're just using 2 strips of it. So there's always a substitution we can make. So these are the 3 sheets that you need to have fussy cut. If you have not yet, then just put them aside. And if you get little gaps in between, you can prepare 1 or 2 of the bits. Okay. So what we're going to do is actually cut all our pages for both layouts now. And I am going to show you the sizes. I'm going to show you the orientation to cut. And then you're just going to make 2 separate piles, perhaps on the left and the right, of the papers that you need for each layout. So let's get all the cutting out of the way. For those that join a little bit late, you'll have to just refer to your notes to catch up. But that's going to be the easiest. If we just get all the cutting out of the way, we can move up trimmers and get on with compiling everything together. Right, so the first, hold. I'm going to drop this in. Right, we're going to zoom in so that you can all see a little bit better. And make sure, there we go. All right, so the first sheet that we're going to cut, the papers are all in order in the pack, and that's just the easiest way. We're going to go through them in number order and get all that cutting out of the way. The first sheet that we're going to cut is number 1. It's called Macho Man. And the first thing I want you to do is just cut off the border strip. We are going to use this border strip on one of the layouts. So you can fussy cut it a little bit later. But for now, we're just going to cut it and we're going to move it. This is for layout number 2. In fact, we're going to need both the border strips. So you can take both of these sheets and cut the 2 border strips off. So I have Erin and Bonita here that are scrapping the layout along with me. So I'm going to kind of gauge the speed at which we go by how they're doing. So I hope that works for everyone else. Just remember that on Facebook Live, you can always watch this later. You can go back. It is there. It's not, if you miss it now, you can catch up later.
Juliet,
so
we also are recording and we'll upload it to our YouTube channel.
Perfect.
And then before you carry on, because this question pops up all the time and it's already coming. Yes. What trimmer are you using?
So there's many good trimmers on the market, but I have to say this is my personal favorite. I am just a guillotine cutter. This is the Tonic, well, it's a Tim Holtz branded Tonic mini guillotine. Well, it's a 12-inch guillotine. It's got a half base. It has this ruler that slides in and out to extend. For me, a trimmer just gives a clear, concise cut. I have been using a trimmer like this. I have a slightly larger one. I'm not exaggerating, 15 years. I have been cutting with that guillotine. I have never done anything to the blade, and I cut a lot of bulk. I prepare a lot of kits, and I have 2. I have one at home and one at my shop, and it's just amazing. Not anything against trimmers, because normal trimmers with your sliding blades are also great, but you obviously do have that consumable cost of replacing the blade. So use whatever works for you. But Celebrate paper is lovely and thick, so obviously it does take a little bit of toll on your blade. So if you have, and you can invest in a guillotine, at the moment these retail for about just over 1,000 Rand. It's worth every cent. Yeah. So yeah, that's the one I'm using today. It's a great buy. There's my Tonic post for the day. Right. Okay, so this paper, number 1, that we've cut the 2 border strips off, we're going to cut. I am doing this all in centimeters. For those of you who don't know, I actually do everything in inches. I have converted, but I change all the notes to centimeters. So here and there, if we're a millimeter or 2 out, please don't worry. We just layer, stick on top. The millimeters really don't matter. Okay, so we're going to cut this 26 centimeters. We want this little dog image on the left-hand side. So our measurement is 26 centimeters from the left-hand side. We're going to keep the length to 30.5. Cut that like that. I'm going to do this to show you. There's our size. 26 by 30.5. Okay. And we're going to put this is for layout number 1. I'm going to call it number 1 and 2. So I'm going to put that to my left. Okay. Now, then the second sheet, we're going to use the reverse. And I'm going to do these all in order. So we're cutting both layouts together. And I'm just going to tell you what goes to the left and what goes to the right. I hope that doesn't confuse everyone. The second sheet, we're going to need 2 strips. And I actually just want to show you what this background looks like. We've got strips going across the page. So I love to take pattern papers and just make my own backgrounds. And often it's just a combination of strips and blocks and things like that, instead of just using a whole sheet. So we're going to make strips. We're going to cut 2 of each for these strips that we cut. So that's what we're doing now. So it doesn't really matter which side you cut it from. We are using this side and our 2 strips. Okay, so I need to just tell you something about this layout first. What I've done here before we cut this, what I've done with this layout is I've actually used 2 pieces of craft cardstock as my background page, because we've got all these borders to stick together, and then you've got to try and measure it and tape it all together. So the easiest thing to do is just to take 2 sheets of cardstock. You can actually use any cardstock you have in your stash. I never actually do this. I normally just use the Celebrate paper, but I quite like this little frame around here, and because I've used some of the craft from the packaging in the tags, it just offset nicely, and it helped to keep all the borders together. So if you don't have craft cardstock or black or white or any color that works for you, you're going to need to just cut your borders. You're going to keep them to 30.5 centimeters. I'm going to trim a small little 1/2 centimeter off each of mine so that I have this border. If you're not doing it with a cardstock background, then you keep them to 30.5 centimeters. You keep it to the full 12-inch width of the page. So you need to just decide first if you're backing them on cardstock or not. What we will also do is the first and the last strip, we will just increase the measurement by 1/2 centimeter. And then you'll just have to put them all together and use tape to keep them together on the back. Okay, so I just needed to tell you that first.
But the measurements you're giving us now will be to keep the craft back.
Yes, the measurements that I'm giving you are to mat it onto a piece of cardstock like this. Okay, so those are the measurements that I'm going to give live. You'll just need to compensate if you're doing it the other way around.
They could still assemble
Absolutely.
smaller and then put the craft on.
Yes, you can. You can assemble them and add cardstock afterwards, no problem. Right, so back to the sheet number 1, we're using the reverse. We're going to cut 2 pieces of 6.5 centimeters each. Okay, so you can even just go to 13. We can cut 13 and again at 6.5. And you know, in all my years of teaching, there are lots of ladies that don't use the rulers on their trimmers, and each to their own, but there's lots of people that are still taking a pencil and a ruler and measuring a little mark on their paper. All the trimmers are designed with these rulers and the pull-out extending rulers, so that you don't have to measure. You can literally just put your paper on the mark and cut. Okay, so 6.5, and then both these pieces, pardon me, we're going to trim just 1/2 centimeter off. So they are now 30.5, and we're just going to trim them to 30. So we're just taking a little 1/2 centimeter sliver off both of these pieces. Okay. Right, so that's our measurement for that. We've got 2 pieces of 30 centimeters wide by 6.5 high. And both these are going onto the right, layout number 2. Right, then we don't need this, so we're going to put that in our offcut pile. Okay.
Can we just give a hello quickly to a few people that
Sure.
have joined in? We've got from all over the world. It's quite cool.
Fabulous.
Militia from Singapore.
Woohoo!
joined in.
Nice.
Got Wendy from New Zealand joining.
Hi,
Wow,
ladies. Welcome, everyone.
That one from the UK.
The UK is still sleeping.
They're only an hour. So I suppose, yes, this is sleeping.
Although it's summer there, so they should be awake.
It's only 1 hour difference.
Right, so the next sheet we're going to go to is this sheet number 2. It's called Top Dog. And we're going to use this whole sheet as our background for layout number 1. So all we're going to do is just cut off our barcode strip, and the whole sheet stays as is. Nice, easy background.
We take 1/2 centimeter off. Anyway.
No, you don't take
No,
anything off. We're going to use this as the full background.
Fabulous.
That one's not matte. Yes, okay. Okay, so the whole sheet, you're just cutting off your barcode strip. You can put aside, and that's going to go to the left. That is for layout number 1. Right, then the second sheet, we're not going to use this, so this goes to your offcut pile. Sorry, my apologies. We are using this barcode strip as well. On this sheet number 2, we are not the barcode, we're going to use the zigzag border strip. So So when you've got a little gap, you can fussy cut that. That's going to go with layout number 1 as well. Okay, our next sheet is number 3. It's called the Boss. Don't you just love this dog? So sophisticated with their glasses. Right, and the piece that we're going to cut here, we're going to cut from the back. We're using the black side, and we need a piece 12 centimeters. This is going to be our size. 12 centimeters by 20 and a half. So 12 being the width, 20 and a half the height. Always just cut off the border first. Right, so we need 12 centimeters. The height, 20 and a half. That's our size for that piece. This is also going on layout number 1. So we're going to put that to the left. We're going to go to our second sheet. We're going to cut the barcode off. Both of these strips we're going to use on layout number 2. So from both the sheets of number 3, the Boss, both of those we're going to put to the right side because that's for layout number 2. Right, now we've got quite a few pieces to cut from this. It is mostly from the black side. It's all from the black side. So I'm just using the whole of the second sheet. You can use some of them from this, but we're going to do our 2 long strips first, and then you can use either for the rest. Right, so we're going to cut 2 strips now for our background, and the size is oh, it's on the wrong sheet. No also 6.5 centimeters. So we're going to cut 2 pieces of 6.5 centimeters. Trim again that 1/2 centimeter with both of them. They're going to be 30. Right, so this is what we've got. 2 strips, 30 by 6.5 centimeters. Those are both for layout number 2, so they're going to go to the right. Okay. Now we're going to cut a piece 8 centimeters by 12.5 centimeters. Really doesn't matter which side you cut this from. It's really just little background pieces. So we need it 8 centimeters wide. By 12.5 high. That's the next size you need. This is also for layout number 2. 8 by 12.5. Okay, so that goes to the right. Okay, then we need another piece, 8 centimeters. By 10.5. That's our size, 8 by 10.5. This is also for layout number 2. So it's going to go to the right. Okay, then we need one last piece. That's 9.5. Really doesn't matter which side of these papers you use. Most of them are just for little mattings. So we 9.5 by 9.5. That's a square. This is for also layout number 2, 9.5 by 9.5. Right, and then we're done with that sheet. So you can put all your offcuts away. Okay, is everybody with us?
Yep.
Right. The next sheet we're going to go to is number 4. It's called Running Wild. How cute are these dogs? But I absolutely love this plate on the back. It's so manly. So this is the sheet we're using next. We're going to again cut our border strip off. Okay, and this border strip with the studs on, we're going to use on layout number 1. So you can put that to the left. Okay, now with this sheet as it is in our trimmer, we're going to cut one strip of 4 centimeters wide. And we're going to keep it the full width, 30.5 centimeters or 12 inches. 4 centimeters, we're going to use it that way. So it's 4 that way by 30.5. I should actually show it like that. Okay, so that is for layout number 1. That goes to the left. And then we're back to the sheet. And we're going to cut 2 strips of 6.5 centimeters like we did for the other 2. We're going to cut 2 of them. By 30. So we're taking that 0.5 centimeter off one side of both of them. We have 2 strips like that. 30 by 6.5 high, 2 of them. And these 2 are both for layout number 2. So they're going to go to the right. Okay, now we've got a couple of smaller pieces to cut. I'm going to cut one 9 centimeters. By 7.5. Just a small little piece like that. 9 by 7.5. And this is going on layout number 1. So it's going to the left side. We're actually going to make a little frame out of this. Those that are following the notes, you'll see that this is the piece we're going to cut inside and make a frame. You just put that aside for now. And then the next piece is also for a frame. It's going to be 7.5 by 7.5. So we're cutting a square. That's our size. This is going to be our second frame. 7.5 by 7.5. That is also for layout number 1. Everyone with us? That's going to go to the left. Right, then we've got another 2 small pieces for layout number 2. The one is 6.5 by 8.5. 6.5. 8.5. Size. And we are going to use that on layout number 2. So it's going to the right. And the last little piece, we just need a small square of 5 centimeters by 5 centimeters. Tiny little piece. But it's all the little layering that makes the interest. So, right, that's our tiniest piece, 5 by 5. That is also going on layout number 2. So it's going to the right. And that's all for this sheet. So we can put that away. The second sheet of this, we're not going to use, so you have an extra sheet to do your own projects with, so you can put that aside. And our next sheet is number 5. It's called Danger Zone. It's got this gorgeous diamond argyle pattern, and I absolutely love this. I don't even know what to call it. This brown zigzaggy thing on the back. I love it. It's gorgeous.
With
Okay.
chevrons. But,
Yes, like mix and
larger
match.
chevron.
Yes. Right, so this is the next one we're going to use, and we're using this side for now. And the piece that we're going to cut is first going to cut our border strip off. We're not using this border strip. So this one you can just put aside. I'm not going to use it. We're going to cut a piece 10 centimeters. And we're going to keep it the full length. So it's 30.5 wide by 10 centimeters high. And this is for layout number 1. So we're going to put it on the left. Now we've got a few pieces to cut for the second layout, and we're cutting 2 strips of 5 centimeters this time, not 6.5, in case you're one step ahead of me. We're going to cut two strips, 5 centimeters. And we're going to cut that 0.5 centimeter off again, so they're 30 centimeters wide. Okay, those are our 2 pieces, 30 by 5, 2 of them, and these are for layout number 2. So we're going to put those to the right. Okay. Right, then we're going to take our second sheet. I've got 1 or 2 smaller pieces, but I want my diamonds to run this way, so I'm going to use the second sheet. I do have lots of paper. And I'm going to cut a piece 8 centimeters by 12.5 high. So I'm going to cut the 12.5 first, because that's my height. And 8 centimeters wide. Doesn't matter if your diamonds go the other way. I just prefer them this way. So if you have your paper that way and you want to cut your 12.5 like that, that also works. 8 centimeters wide by 12.5 high, and this is for layout number 2. To the right. Okay, then you can use any of these pieces now. We're going to use the brown side again, and we're cutting at 7.5. By 6. More piece. And you'll see a little bit later where all these little pieces are going to go. You must be thinking, what are all these tiny pieces? We're going to do some layering on some tags. So 7.5 centimeters by 6 centimeters high, and that's going to go to layout number 2, so on the right hand side. Okay, then we're done with this paper, so you can put all your offcuts away. And the next paper we're going to use is number 6, called Alpha Male. So this lovely ledger on the one, and this beautiful soft blue on the second side. And this one, for the layout number 1, we're going to use these 2 as our mattings. So beautiful soft colors, and it just tones down all the boldness in the background patterns. Right, so there are quite a few pieces to cut from this. We can just cut our border strip off, so we don't cut it through. We're not using the border strip, so you can put that one side. Right, so leaving our paper in the trimmer like this, we're going to cut, the height is going to be 14.5 centimeters. This is from the blue side. 14.5 high, and we're going to cut a piece 10.5 wide. That's nice. 10.5 wide, 14.5 is our height, and this is for layout number 1. All these pieces, the next 3 or 4 pieces we're doing are all for layout number 1. Okay, everybody got that? Yep. Okay, so the next 3 pieces we're going to cut are 10.5 wide by 8 centimeters high. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this piece, and we're going to cut it 8 centimeters high. And we're going to cut 10.5. 10.5, and then we're going to just use another piece, 8 by 10.5. So we need 3 pieces here. You can see them, they're quite light. 3 centimeters that are 3 pieces that are 10.5 centimeters wide by 8 centimeters high. Three of those. This is for layout number 1. Okay, the next 2 pieces are also small pieces. This time we're going to use the grid side, but it doesn't matter which side you cut it on because you can just flip it over. We're going to cut 7.5 centimeters wide by 6.5 high. Lots of little pieces. This is actually just the background for the frames we're going to make. Eventually you'll put photos, but until you put your photos, it just makes the layout look like something. So 7.5 wide by 6.5 high. This is for layout number 1, and it's the grid side we're using. And the last piece for this side is 7 by 7. So it's just another little square. 7 by 7. This is for our second frame, the matting for our second frame. Over there that you can see it, and it is for layout number 1. 7 by 7. Okay, so we're going to use our second sheet now. We're going to cut the pieces we need for layout number 2. Cut off. Don't need that border strip again. Okay, so these pieces we're going to cut now are actually just the backgrounds for these tags. So we're using the grid side. If you want to use the blue side, it doesn't really matter. It's just a little bit of a border around. So we're going to cut a few biggish pieces. Doesn't matter which way the paper goes. It's really just for a background. Okay, so we're cutting 2 pieces that are 9.5 centimeters wide by 16 high. So let's go to our 16. We're cutting 9.5. 9.5. There's 2 of them. That's our size. 9.5 wide by 16 high, 2 pieces, and this is for layout number 2. Okay, then we have another one that's 8 by 11. Doesn't matter which of the offcuts you use. 8 centimeters by 11 centimeters. This is again for layout number 2. Okay, and we're going to cut 1 or 2 small photo mats. This one is 10 centimeters high by 7.5 wide. 7.5 by 10. And that's also for layout number 2. And the last little piece of this, just see if we've got a piece big enough here. We'll use this. We need a piece 9 by 9. And it's also the grid side. 9 centimeters, 9 squared. And that's also for layout number 2. Put all of these offcuts away. We're done with these now. Everybody okay, Dennis?
There's no questions, but let's give them maybe a minute to.
Should I just give you a minute or two if anybody just wants to finish this last little bit of
Give them a
cuttings?
minute, and if
If
you need
anyone
to
has any
ask,
questions,
yeah, on Facebook.
then you can ask them on Facebook and we'll go back to it if you need to. So far, so good.
Yeah, looks like everybody's okay. No questions.
Okay, shall we move on? And if there's questions, we can just go back
Yeah.
to it and you can just let me know. The next sheet we're going to is this number 7. It's called Strong. I love these blocks. These sheets are always just my favorite. There's so much interest. There's always a side that's got all the quotes on, and then if you prefer the plainer blocks formatting, you can use them on the back. But they're just so fun and just create so much interest on your layout without you having to do it yourself. So it's always a win. After I've made you cut 25,000 little tiny pieces, we give you the easy ones. Okay, so we're going to cut a border strip off. Just remember, we have said we're going to use border strips and quotes. You are welcome to use any quotes or border strips that work for you. I'm just giving you the ones that I've used on the layout. If you want to change, you know, a lot of the things are about dads. If you want to make it specifically for dads, you use the dad quotes. If you don't want it to be for dads and you're doing it for your dogs or your sons or holidays or whatever, you can use whatever quotes work for you. So I'm going to demonstrate the ones that I've used, but please feel free to swap for what suits you. This one we're putting aside. We're not using this. Well, I'm not using that one. And then I'm going to let you know which of these blocks to cut. The easiest way is just to cut our small strip off. I often just use these blocks not as mattings, but as layering on the background. So we're going to use this block here, this blue block. That side. I doubted for a minute. We're using this block. I don't even need to give you the size. It is 20 wide by 15 high. But if you just cut around the block, then that's all you need. If you have little bits of white showing, don't worry. You can ink it, you can trim it off. I always like to sand my paper, so then that little bit of white is going to be there anyway. So I never worry too much about cutting it precisely. But if you want to do that, you can trim the little bits off. So that's the block we're using, and this is for layout number 1, and we're using it exactly as is. Okay, the next piece we're using, I don't recognize, yes, this block over here. It is 10 by 15. And you cut next to it. This block is going to be used on layout number 1. exactly as is. And then the last one we need from this one for layout number 1 is this little blue navy frame. And the size of these blocks, they're all standard sizes. The size of the block is 10 by 7.5. It's a 3 by 4 block. So we're going to use that block as is, also for layout number 1. All got that? Okay, not using the rest of these, so these ones you can put aside for now. And we're going to go to, excuse me, we're going to go to sheet number 8. It's called Brave, and it's got more of these cool quotes and some beautiful. I love this tangerine orange. I don't even know what you call it. Color on the back. It's so.
What is it?
Well, I don't even know what you call it.
Beautiful.
We'll go with tangerine.
Tangerine is better. Yeah, I called
You're
this the
designer,
blue.
you can call it whatever you
Yeah.
want.
I just called it the blue layout and the orange layout. It's not really layout. It's not really orange. Tangerine is a better word. Okay, so let's cut our border strip off. Not using the border strip, so you can put it aside. And I'll show you, we're going to just cut this strip. These are the blocks that we're going to use on this layout. We are going to use this big dog block here with the brown frame. And that size again is 20 by 15. These are all for layout number 2. So this one goes to the right. Okay, the next one we're going to use is this one with the orange, frame. We're actually using both of these. This one is 10 by 15. We're using that block. This is on layout number 2. And then we're going to use this small block and that small block. These two we're also going to use on layout number 2. They are 10 by 7.5. So those are the 2 blocks we're going to use on layout number 2. This one we're going to use on layout number 1. It's already cut. It should be cut now after you've cut the other blocks off, and it's 10 by 15, and this is going to layout number 1. This piece we're not going to use, so you can put that as an offcut. Okay, then sheet number 9, we've already said is a fussy cut sheet, and sheet number 10 is also a fussy cut sheet. So the next sheet we're going to go to is number 11. It's called Hero. And as much as I love these wreaths, I'm sure you're all going to thank me that we're not fussy cutting this today. We're going to use this one. They look so amazing on the layouts, but everybody moans to cut them. But they look so amazing, so it's worth cutting. But this is such a beautiful pattern. So we're using this, and we're going to cut our 2 last strips for our page. And they are 5.5 centimeters high. We're going to cut 2 of them. I'm going to cut at 11. 5.5. And we're cutting that 0.5 centimeter off again. So we're going to 30, just trimming that little bit off. Okay. 30 by 5.5, 2 of them. And those are both for layout number 2. This piece you can put away. And that is basically all our papers.
So you have lots left over, hey? That's nice.
There's lots left over. If
there's
you look
lots
at
left
your,
over.
absolutely, if you look at your offcuts here, you've got loads of paper left.
Loads.
Yeah.
So there's really a
And
lot
there's a
that
few
you
busy. I mean, they, you know.
absolutely, and it's,
Yeah,
and you see
stunning.
how many pieces we've cut.
Yeah,
We've used
beautiful.
lots of it. That's how great value
Value
this
pack.
pack is.
So because Benita's so impressed, maybe we can challenge Benita to do a layout
I like it.
With the
all
balance.
cuts.
with the balance.
Yes. I'll do a card.
Stanley probably really whip up a mini album out of that.
I'm going to challenge my friend, stroke customer, stroke partial
Yes.
shop assistant, Isabel. She makes the most amazing
Yeah.
tags. I'm going to challenge her to make us some cool tags
Awesome.
or,
Okay.
Yeah.
or cards or something fun
See
with
what
us.
we can-
Isabel, I hope you're listening.
She
Okay.
is.
So we got
Isabel is there.
tags, layout.
She's probably going, oh my gosh, Jules, what are you
Okay.
asking me to do?
Okay, so
Lots
we
of
have
paper.
2 challenges that have
Right.
been accepted.
Awesome.
Benita,
Yeah, and
I want to see
and
you.
a card. So we got 3.
And we'll do a card.
Yeah. Or more.
and we will share it with
We'll
everybody.
share it
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got lots to work with.
It's only my Father's Day next year.
Yeah, I like that. There we go.
Right. What I did not mention, the sheets that we fussy cut, sheet number 9 and number 10. I've used both the border strips. So you didn't see me cut them because I had pre-cut the fussy cuts. Both of these we're using on layout number 1. So we do need both of those. And the border strip that came from the cover sheet, this little zigzag one. I have already fussy cut that, but you can do that just now if you haven't. So we're also going to use that on layout number 1. Okay. Yes, we have to do those as well. Right, now there are a few little pieces of craft cardstock to cut. So here's the win. Your packaging of the chipboards and the acetate sheet. I often use the craft in the back for matting, and that's what we're going to do. So I have used them on both layouts. So I do have an extra sheet of craft here. If you don't have an extra sheet, I'm pretty sure you've got previous Celebrate ranges in your stash, and things that you're all working from home, you can dig in your stash, and these pieces work absolutely perfectly. So if you don't have an extra sheet, please just find some offcuts. Otherwise, you can use any color extra cardstock that you have that matches the layout. It's just for some formatting and for our tags. So we're going to use all 3 of these pieces from the packaging. We throw nothing away. We've even used this plastic as a shaker box cover once or twice. Everything has value. Okay, so for now, I just want you to take out those. You can put the chipboards away for now. And as I say, either your extra packaging or another sheet of craft. And we're just going to cut the last few matchings for our pages, and then we can start assembling. So now it doesn't really matter which you choose to use. The sizes are big enough for both. Doesn't matter if you use the light side or the slightly darker side of the craft. You can use either. I'm just going to do them in order, and you can use whichever sheets you prefer for both. Right, so we need a piece 11, 15 centimeters. (11 by 15). This is for layout number 1. So that's going to go to the left. 11 by 15. Okay, and then we need 3 pieces that are 8.5 by 11. So just for ease of cutting, instead of cutting all little pieces from here, I'm going to use this piece, and I'm going to cut it to 11 high. I'm going to cut 3 pieces, 8.5. You can use these as well. This one's just easier for now. 8.5. Using them that way, which is why I've given you landscape size. 11 by 8.5, and we need 3 pieces like that. These are all 3 for layout number 1.
That number one's a demanding now.
Yeah.
That
She is. Very.
Goodness.
Good.
Okay. Got those. Do you need some craft?
No, no, God.
Juliet, while they're cutting that,
Yes.
Isabel has accepted the challenge.
Fantastic. Challenge is on. She's probably cursing me in the background. Right. For layout number 2, we also need 2 full sheets of craft. As I said earlier on, but for those who maybe joined a little bit late, I have layered my background onto 2 craft sheets. These are really inexpensive cardstocks. If you don't have craft, you can use white, you can use black, you can use any color cardstock that matches. I did mention earlier on, if you don't want to match it, you can just tape your strips of paper together, but I'll explain that again when we are layering. So just you can take those 2 and put that aside, layout number 2. And the last few pieces we're going to cut. Number 2, layout number 2. We're going to cut 2 pieces 9 by 15. That's what we need now. 9 centimeters wide by 15 centimeters high. We need 2 of those pieces. This is for layout number 2. These are going to form the base of our tags. Okay, and the last little piece we need is a piece 7.5 by 10.5. There we go. 7.5 by 10.5, and this is for layout number 2.
I just had a request. Could you just run through the craft sizes just one more time?
Sure.
Thank you.
All the way, and I'll actually just lay them all out. Okay, this is what we need for the craft. For layout number 1, we've got 3 pieces that are 11 by 8.5, and we've got 1 that's 11 by 15. And for layout number 2, we've got 1 piece 7.5 by 10, and 2 pieces that are 9 by 15. So those are all the pieces that you need for both layouts, layout number 1 and layout number 2, as well as 2 full sheets for the background for layout number 2.
Thanks, Juliet.
So the good news is we're done with all the cutting
Nice.
in 1 hour. That wasn't too bad.
That was amazing.
That gives us an hour and a half for each layout.
Yeah.
We can do it.
Doable.
We can do
It's
it.
Yeah.
completely doable.
Now everybody's been challenged.
Do we get a coffee break?
We'll definitely have to have a little coffee break. I'm thinking people might even need it now after all this cutting. It wasn't so bad.
No.
No, of course not.
Okay, we're all good.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so I am going to show you how I've done the chipboards because I've put a little bit of glaze and things on that takes a bit of time to dry. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to do all the chipboards now. I'm just going to demonstrate. And if we've got time, because the chipboards can be added at the end, and if we run out of time, then it's very easy to add these on afterwards. But I'm going to show you what I've done with the chipboard so I can prepare 1 or 2 of them and let them dry. And then we'll carry on with compiling the layouts, or constructing, should I say. You can take the chipboards out. Okay, now I've used lots of these little pieces and quite a few of them on the one page and some on the other. But the first thing we need to do is cut this quote out of this frame. These are the two consumables that I have used for this. If you don't have this, it's quite a specific color. If you don't have it, I'll give you some ideas of what you can use. Glossy Accents is dimensional glaze. You can use Anita's 3D gloss. You can use the Couture Creations gloss. Any brand that you have, it's basically just that shiny glossy layer. I've kept the chipboards quite simple with this because there's so much happening on the background papers. Sometimes I like to just keep the chipboards a plain color and not ink and color every single one of them. Sometimes less is more. So we're going to do a few of them with glossy accents. This does take quite a bit of time to dry. So I'm just going to do one or two, put them aside. And as I say, you can really do the rest afterwards. You can even put the chipboards on your layout and do the glossy accents afterwards. But I prefer to do it before because sometimes it messes and then oozes onto your page. So yeah, glossy accents is the one. And then those of you who have done my layouts know how much I love stickles, which is the glitter that I add to just about everything. My other favorite is these liquid pearls. It's a pearlized accent ink, I guess you can call it. And it just gives this wonderful textured. I'm going to show you close up.
It looks heat embossed.
No, it looks like it's been heat embossed. I'm going to come quite close up if you can see. It's just gorgeous. It gives like a metallic look. You don't need a heat gun. You don't need embossing powder. And the whole idea is that it's got this textured look. It's not supposed to be smooth. So please don't stress about how you apply it and if it's a little bit lumpy and thick. I think that's the charm of it. It's gorgeous. Yeah, that's the charm of it. So Liquid Pearls is available in, there are also 2 or 3 brands. This is a Ranger one. The color I've used is called Hot Cocoa. But there's a lovely color called Brass. There's a few of the metallics. If you don't have this color, because they're not always available, please just use any other color that goes with. Even a black would look nice. Or if you have, can I just show them that? The all-purpose ink, fantastic. This color is called Bright Copper. This will also work beautifully. Obviously, that'll give you a smoother look, but the color effect will be more or less the same. So just use any ink. You can use one of the Delicato stamp pads. Anything you have that will match with this, you can use. Even, yeah, but still, just even the good old-fashioned Brilliance inks. This isn't the right color, but there's a copper, there's a gold that will work nicely. There we go. It's a lovely cosmic copper. The gold will also work beautifully with this layout. So just use whatever you have in your stash that matches this. For now, I'm going to demonstrate the perfect pearls, the liquid pearls, and just show you. It also takes quite a bit of time to dry. Okay, so we need one of these frames. In fact, we need this one. We need this frame because I've kept this star on the frame. So you need to just cut this quote. I always just use my scissors and just nick. Don't ever throw your frames away because they make such, they're used to keep all the pieces together, but I love using them as an accent. And you can see I have used it on this layout. I've actually used the frame here. Just adds a little bit of dimension, and I've coated it in the liquid pearls, and it's just a fun way to border your photo mat. So we're going to cut this one loose, leaving this star piece on it. These little chippies are quite delicate, so just be careful how you cut it. I never worry too much about the little cut marks on the inside that are left behind. But if it does bother you, a little sanding block or a little bit of one of the Versa Magic inks, there's a wheat color that looks very, very similar to this chipboard. Works just as well to hide those little nick marks, if I can call it that are left here inside your frame. Personally, it doesn't bother me, so I never worry about it. Okay, so that's the frame that we need. And then this quote, you can also just cut loose. I have used this whole quote on layout number 1. If you choose not to use it, you're welcome to just put a photo mat there. But I'm going to show you how I've prepared this one. Just going to cut all the little joint pieces off. Okay, we're going to use all those little stars, so don't throw anything away. And that's what our quote's going to look like.
Juliet, just an interesting observation. So having gone now to Oz and a few places, South Africans do seem to have an obsession with a chipboard title on a layout. We thought that was kind of universal, but it's quite a South African.
Yeah.
thing.
I think we like to just have, like you say, a title. You like to have direction on your page. So, and chipboards are just the best because they're not as flat as writing or a die cut. You know, they just give a bit of dimension. You can create such amazing effects with your basic tools. You don't even need a ton of ink pads and things like that. Just with a few chalks or even a Koki. And I'm going to show you now because I'm going to use this is actually just an alcohol ink marker, but you can use Koki pens to color in your. You can raid your kids' stationery stash. You don't have to go and buy the expensive ones. Like any felt tip marker colors in chipboard beautifully. Yes, you can't necessarily ombre or anything with it, but you can color in different words. It's so easy. You can use chalk, you can paint them. So chipboards are just so versatile. And we do, like Dennis says, we do love titles on our page. I'm obviously, because I do a lot of design work, I don't always put photos on my layouts at the time that I'm designing. So I like to use nice generic things. Sometimes it's just little sayings and the little words that match. You know, you've got your frame, you've got photos, and then you're just having little words here, there, and the little touches. I love it. So you don't always have to have a full big title, but it's very South African. Maybe we'll convert those Aussies and New Zealanders to chipboard obsession.
They do use chipboard, don't get me wrong, but yeah, we seem to put it on every single layout. I think another thing, Julia, just while you're busy colouring there, it's quite interesting, you know, most people just see images of your layouts, but you actually pay a lot of attention to layering on your layouts, which you don't always pick up actually on the images, which is why we try video your layouts. But I mean, if you could just show them, for instance, just that tag on that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of.
I'm going to try and sort of show you like that. My party trick is normally to create this beautiful background and then cover it with a whole lot of stuff. But the thing is, you're still seeing little bits of all those papers, and it is, my style is really little details, and I think the little details just make, you know, that little bit of extra. So I love adding and layering, and it doesn't always have to be height, but tucking things under and having little bits sticking out. So yeah, if you look at these tags we're going to make, there's a couple of layers, and you'll see why we cut all those tiny little pieces of paper, because I've layered them on top of each other. So
even your chipboard frame there adds a sort of dimension to it now. Yeah,
foam tape is my is a great love of mine. If a layout is completely flat, it's just that tiny little bit of, if a layout is flat, I often just feel it's flat. Just a tiny bit of raising something. Often you don't even need to ink it because it just creates a bit of a shadow behind your page. So just raising one or two elements on your layout is going to create such dimension and such visual interest that you don't always have to do that much else. So don't be shy of using a bit of foam tape on your layouts. Our albums are all made to fit the dimension in. Those that put their layouts in frames, I know in South Africa the scrapbook frames have all got spaces. So putting a little bit of dimension on a layout is what just gives it that extra bit. I'm just cutting one or two out here because I'm like I say, I'm not going to do them all now. I'm just going to show you a few. So let's just cut. You can cut any that you like, but there are specific ones for specific pages. So I'm going to just do our title. I'm going to do that one that says, pardon me, the boss, and I'm going to do this one that says handsome. This one is for one layout and that's for the other, just so I can show you the two effects, and the rest we can get to later. So, right, so of course these things, as they do, they get clogged. I always just use a pin or my piercer or whatever to just let them flow a little bit. And this sometimes happens with the quills as well. So the first thing we're going to do is this big title. I wonder, Dennis, if you can just give me a sheet of white paper, because I want to.
Sure.
I want to just put this on paper. It's going to be easier to see. I am using this alcohol ink marker. It's from Couture Creations. It's a fairly new one. They are absolutely fabulous. They've got 2 tips. They've got your bullet tip, and then it's got a brush tip. I'm going to use the brush tip, and I'm going to show you how smooth and easy this ink goes on this title. What we are doing now is preparing this quote. And I am going to be honest and say that in hindsight, when I did this title, I was like, what are you doing? Because I put pieces of paper behind these. It took me about 2 hours. So we will not get to that today, but we're going to prepare it. If you would like to do the paper behind, I mean, it does stand out nicely, but it really looks just as nice without the paper behind, because it's a lot of very precise cutting with
Now
a little,
that you've done it, we have
little,
to do it.
little.
Yes.
Well, I'll show you how, but
That'll be our take
but
home,
that'll be
you
your
know?
take home. That'll be a challenge. Who is brave enough to
Doesn't
cut
look the
the
same.
paper
No.
at the back?
No.
Okay.
Julia, can I just say,
Sure.
every time now that you moan about a wreath that I designed, I'm going
I
to
do
bring
not
up
moan.
this title.
For the record, I've never moaned about the wreath because
It's
I
true.
love the fussy cutting, but
Yeah.
I know people, and I love using them, as people know, but they do curse me. Like, why? Okay, so we're going to use this alcohol ink marker just to do some of these words. I'm going to do it before I do the glaze, and if you look, I hope you'll be able to see. Literally, it's one touch, and it just flows on so easily. You almost don't even have to. You don't even have to be precise. The ink just flows beautifully. So I'm just going to be careful while I go around here. The brush tip works the best for this. You can use any black Koki if you don't have one of these alcohol ink markers. It's always best just to do this on a sheet of paper so that you don't worry if you mess. And this is as difficult as it gets for this part. I hear Erin inking there. She's using a black, like a normal permanent marker, and it works just as well. So the fine tip also helps you get in these little details without going over onto the words we don't want to color in. Okay, you can see how nice that is. Okay, so I've done those on the words. I've done that on this word as well. I'm just going to put a little bit of black on them so that you can see which words I've done. I've done that basically on all the big words. On this as well. And then the smaller words I've left. Okay, so I don't want to spend too much time on this because I really want us to construct our layouts. So I'm showing you that, and then I'm going to show you the rest. Right, so the glossy accents, I'm going to do this word, the liquid pearls, I'm going to do this word handsome. Let's give it a good shake. Take that off so that I can show you close up. And we're just going to use, it's got a lovely fine tip. You don't need any sort of application. And you're just going to go along the word, squeezing as you go, and then using the nib to distribute the ink. Sometimes it is a little bit clogged. Those of you who did my family ties layouts, you know I used liquid pearls on there as well. It was that beautiful, like a silvery pearl color, and it just came out so nicely. The darker colors definitely have more of a chunky look, but in this layout it really works well. So like I said, don't be too worried if it's a little bit chunky and thick. I think that's actually the charm of this. It's not supposed to be smooth and perfect. Okay, do that, and then a little bottom line as well. Right. And that's our word. You can see here. The nice thing with this is if you've left in little gaps, you can go back afterwards when it dries and you can just do, oopsie, you can just do another layer. Okay, so we are going to be doing that on quite a few of these words. We're going to do that to our frame, and we're going to do that to some of the words on here and some of the little accents. Okay, that's the liquid pearls. The glossy accent is applied literally the same way. It also comes out very smooth, and we're just going to paint it on like this. You don't even need to prepare anything underneath the chipboard because it actually makes the chipboard that little bit darker. It just gives it a little bit of a warmer look. So you don't even need to ink a color underneath. These stay wet for a good, depending on where you live and what the weather's like. Winter a little bit longer, summer probably a little bit shorter, but these will take a good 15 to 20 minutes to dry. So put it somewhere out of the way where you're not going to put something on top of it, and then you're going to be sorry because it's all messed up. And that's what our, oopsie, that's what our, can't really see it from here. That's what the glossy accents is going to look like. Okay. So I'm going to put this away for now. We can go back to this later. You can just keep all your chipboards together. But if you want to prepare those, then they need to dry before we attach them to the layout.
Will that be able to do that sort of later on after the class?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
All of these, if you have a look at the layouts, all of these pieces are added on afterwards. So all of these little accents you can add on after we've done everything. So you don't need it during the page construction. So after the class, or if we have time, we'll go back to it and you can finish your chipboards and then put them on. Okay. Right. Now the real work starts. Okay, so we're going to start with layout number 1. That'll be this layout. So we've got our piles of paper that we've cut. I'm going to put the trimmer away because we don't need this now. You can open up the workspace. And we're going to start. These are all our papers that we have cut. Right, now those of you who know me also know how much I love my sanding block. If you're an inker, you can ink the edges of your paper. I love sanding the edges of my paper because it exposes a little bit of that white core. If you look around here, around all the little pieces, you see these little details. I think the paper just lends itself to showing that little bit of white. If you prefer distress ink or a chalk, you're welcome to do that. I do sand my pages, and I'll just show you the easiest way to do it. If you choose not to, you're welcome to stick it just like that. But if you do want to, that is a little bit of work, and it does create a little bit of a dust cloud. So you will need your vacuum cleaner afterwards. Okay. So it's going to be difficult to show you because it's a little bit out of shot. But what I normally do is I use the edge of my cutting mat and I just push it to the edge of my counter or the table surface that I'm working on. And I actually, thanks. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to lift it like this so that they can see. So let's just say this was my counter. I normally put it, if my counter is like that, I put my mat just over the edge so that it slightly sticks out. Can we move this just for a little bit so that I can show them? There we go. So here's the end of my table. So I move my mat just over it so that it's slightly sticking over. And then I take my pieces, put them right to the edge like that, and actually use this to sand. Instead of doing it in the air like this, where your page can get bent and crumpled, you do it right on the end like this. Can you all see? Thanks, Dennis. Okay, this is a sanding block. Those of you that don't have one, you can use a nail file. You can use a very low grit sandpaper from a hardware store. You can use an emery board. You can use a nail file. Anything that has a little bit of texture. These are just great because they're really easy, work nicely in your hand. They're fairly inexpensive, and they actually last. Like you can see, mine's falling apart, but it still works. You've got different grits, so all depending. I normally just use mostly the black side, but you can use any side you want. And it's really just a little bit of a diagonal movement. That side was already white, like this. You can do it as much or as little as you like, but all we really want is a little bit of a white edge, like that. You can see it really is quite effective.
That's very good.
Okay, so if you want to sand, you can take a few minutes now just to sand all these pieces. I'm going to do that because I do like to sand. And you can maybe all go make yourself a cup of coffee or something if you want a little water break or a coffee break. And let's just take 5 or 8 minutes or so just to sand all our piece of paper. You can literally sand every piece that is here. Or ink it if you prefer, or if not, just have your coffee and sit and watch. Okay, that's what we're doing now. And just have a little dustpan or a feather dust or something handy, because you will need to clear your work surface after a bit. Don't stand near your coffee. Thank you. We can have a water break. You can do piece by piece as you go. If I've pre-cut everything, I like to just sand it all, and then the dust is out the way and it's all done. With the tapes. Yeah. These two you don't need to do, just by the way. They're just going to be hidden. Yeah, easy it is if you're doing it on the end of the mat, then trying to do it. It really, really is just the best little tip I can share with you. You'll be surprised how hardy your mat is.
You should see this mat.
This one. And eventually you start turning your mat.
Yeah.
I think that's the little chisel one sometimes.
Yeah.
You just like,
Yes, a little
my
mini mat is quite nice for
my
sanding, because my really big mat that I work on, the one side is like rounded and smooth.
Well, that's what happened
Because
here.
it's my sanding edge, but it doesn't affect when I use it for cutting, so it doesn't actually matter.
And you can see if you're left-handed or right-handed.
But ambidextrous.
Oh, okay. That one's been upside down and right.
Yeah. We all have that match.
Shares memories.
And also, I can't just have one sanding block. I feel like
That's why I have this.
I have
and
like
I'm
2
standing
or 3 in different stages of their lives. Like, you know, your jumbo Javas and that. You also have like a new one, a medium one,
The
an
colours
old
you use
one.
the most regularly.
Yes. And if you don't want it too bright, then you use the one that's half dried out.
Your favorite.
All have a purpose.
Erin's choking on her sanding dust.
Actually, I was just joking.
It does.
Joking.
It definitely feels like more when you do it all. When you do one
Yes.
piece by one
You
piece, you
waste time,
don't
though.
notice the sand, or should I say the dust, as much. But when you do it all like this, you realize how much it actually
It
is.
saves time for today.
It
and
does
lots
save
of time later.
I do keep on bashing my emery board as well too. Clean it. Probably shouldn't be doing that.
Did you do this one? Did you do this one?
I I do them all.
Okay,
So
no,
even,
okay.
even the backgrounds,
Okay.
this one we're going to use, but that you can also do at the end.
When you show us, so you can do those two
You don't need to do the big ones now.
now, just to manage to see where they go. Okay.
Yeah. So I even sand the little border strips, sorry. This is why you need the mat. You know how when you do a really big task and when you finish, there's a mess everywhere, you feel validated that you've worked really hard.
Yes.
That's how it's going to be after you finish sanding. You're going to feel like you've done a thing. There's mess to clean up.
Love it. Oh, that's nice. Like those few interactives recently, I actually held back and I didn't. But today is so much fun. Let's go.
There's no time with a direct.
No, it's just
Also just going to cut this little border strip because I hadn't pre-cut this, the zigzag one. So we can take a few minutes just to prep that. This one and this one from the cover sheet. You need to just cut those two zigzags out.
Isabel says we should see you in one of your classes when you've got a whole bunch of people standing at once. The dust cloud.
It is something, and then the next morning when I clean up, you must see the floor. There are these like bundles because it all bundles together. But like I said, then I feel a sense of accomplishment, you know. But yeah, when everybody's standing together, it's quite a.
it also go quiet.
Then everyone starts sneezing.
Mm.
How's everybody doing? Everybody fine?
Couple more minutes.
It's much more quiet in the eyeletting days. In a whole room of ladies eyelets. Before, yeah.
I know it's a bit of work, but I promise you won't be sorry. The sanding is worth the effort.
Especially on this, some of these papers are beautiful.
Mm.
Very, very fancy.
Look how nice it is on the black. And look at the black edges.
Especially if you
Lovely.
compare it to one that
Just-
hasn't been done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see it really just, I mean, look at that. I've done the one side because I know that on the other side I'm covering. But you can see the
Ah.
difference. Just a straight flat edge and just how it lifts it a little bit. So it really is worth the effort.
And our long strips, you only need to do one side, hey, with the short edge. Is it the middle of your layout, or did you do all around?
No, I do all round.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, no, that's good to know.
And then cover it all.
Okay, no, it's good to know. I didn't want to do that.
Work hard to cover it.
Yeah, but I can do that. Okay. It was a mistake.
When Jenny Hislop was doing her 1001 classes around South Africa, she doesn't chalk her edges, but it was quite interesting walking around the classes because some ladies just cannot
Resist.
not chalk.
Yeah.
and not some,
And
a
trying
lot.
to keep up.
Yeah,
Yes.
While still
exactly.
inking
Yeah.
and yeah.
but I was surprised how many people actually chalk.
Mhm.
their
Well, in our
edges.
one,
I
it
would
was
say at
lots,
least
but
40% of the
At
ladies
least.
had
Yeah.
to chalk them.
Yeah.
And the ones who went for newbies.
Yeah.
Helps with sales of ink pads. though. Or sand blocks.
I'm just going to get this
Yes,
right. So
yes,
that
we
your,
can put
your
that back.
toes are.
Shot,
No,
thank
yours
you.
will do.
I am at least wearing shoes and not slippers.
You're welcome to this.
we were contemplating doing the traditional Zoom attire, pajama bottoms and dress top, but no.
We super chilled, yeah. Could have done it in your pajamas.
So, well, Wendy and a couple of the ladies from New Zealand, it's way past their formal attire time. They're probably in their pajamas.
Well, that's okay. If you're all at home, you're absolutely entitled to be in your
That's
pajamas.
the whole point of it. Be comfortable.
Yeah.
A new meaning to pajama party. The ladies over scrapping the pajamas.
Okay, let's take another 2 minutes or so, and then we need to move on. We're chasing the clock here. We've set a target and we're going to achieve it. My favorite little things to use are these little, you can get them at any chemist,
the
these
wet
little
wipes.
alcohol wipes.
Yeah.
I use them, I clean my scissors, clean my workspace. I don't like working with mess, I'm sure some of you have noticed. These are just the best, they just dry quickly and just clean up any bits of residue. Or if you've got a little bit of ink on your hands.
The last time, sorry.
Yeah.
I noticed that, and I said to Dennis, "Oh my word, she's immaculate." It's like, I felt like singing my station. Sorry. Yeah. You say?
No, exactly as you've just said, I like cleaning up in between. And when you've done like the bits of glaze and glossy accents, and then you've got little bits on your hand, those things are just the perfect thing to just, or a wet wipe. But the alcohol wipes just have that little bit of extra vuma in them that cleans
The wet
little
wipes can
bits
take
away.
a while to dry.
And when you get stuff on your mat, bits of glue and whatever, those alcohol wipes just clean it amazing. So I have stashes
Just
of them everywhere.
the best alcohol wipes you'll ever get is if you fly in South Africa, fly Airlink. They give it to you when you get on the
Yes,
airplane.
I got
You
one
o-
yesterday.
If you open that, you can't even breathe. It's just like, I've never,
I
and
had
it's
one
they're
yesterday.
awesome.
It's so funny you say that because I flew Airlink yesterday to come here, and I took one of those because I love cleaning my hands, and that's exactly what I thought. These are so strong, but they're so nice.
They're amazing.
So next time you fly Airlink, grab a few and keep them in your tool bag.
Free ad for Airlink.
Yeah. Thanks, Airlink.
So we were caught in the British Airways debacle this week.
Oh,
Juliet
no,
was
no
booked
way.
on British Airways,
Yeah.
and they were liquidated
And
during the week.
my flight was cancelled.
And so we had to rebook her quickly on another airline.
I actually
Yeah.
wondered if you were back to chance. You were.
Yeah. So that meant that I went from a midday flight to a 6 a.m. flight. So yes, I was up at 4 yesterday. The things I do.
Business class.
But Dennis did manage to get me the front seat, so I was in business class. It was fabulous. So it was worth it. Last in, first out. It was one of those easy peasy. Okay, shall we move on? Are we done with our sanding? If you're not, you can just finish the last few little bits as we go, but I think we need to get going. Right. So the one thing I do want to do quickly is these two little frames. If you have a look here on the layout, we've done a frame there and we've done a frame here. Now, you absolutely can cheat. If you prefer just to stick your photo on there and make it look like a frame, you can, but look at the dimension. I've raised it on phone tab. There's nothing better than a little frame with a photo behind it. If you are not obviously doing photos now, you don't have to peel off all the foam tape. You can leave it so that you can slide your photo in afterwards. But I sometimes like to just make my photo a little bit smaller so that you still see that dimension and you see the backing. So that's up to you how you want to do your photos. So there are two ways of doing this, and I'm going to show you my cheat way. Most of you will probably have to do it the hard way, but I'm going to show you the cheat way. It's not the cheat, it's the luxury way. You'll need a ruler and a pencil or a pen and a craft knife. Having said that, I didn't even bring my craft knife because I'm doing it the fancy way. So I have this amazing tool, and if you know me, you know I do a lot of frames. I have this amazing tool called a frame punch board. Sadly, for all of those that are going to want it after this, I can tell you for a fact there are none available at the moment, but we are going to speak to the supplier, to the importer, to make sure that they do bring them in. This is one of my absolute favorite tools. It's by We Are Memory Keepers. It's called a frame punch board, and it just makes making frames a breeze. But I'm going to show you the old-fashioned way first. The frame punch boards obviously work in inches. They've got these little brackets for different size frames. So you can start from a 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, and you can go right till a thick frame. So depending on how thick your frame is that you want, I'm doing just a standard 1/2 inch frame, which works to about, what do I always say, 1.2 centimeters. You can really make it a centimeter. You can make it 1.5, whatever you want. But you'll have to just on the back of your these two little pieces that we're using for the frames, you'll have to just take your ruler and draw little marks on your whatever measurement you're making it, draw it around, and then take your craft knife or your scissors and cut it out. So for those who are doing it that way, you can start, but I'm just going to show you how this punch board works. I don't use, this is the second part, it's got a little trimmer blade here. I don't even use that. Right, so I've put it in at a 1/2 inch, I've moved my brackets, and you're literally just going to shove this in like you do a corner rounder, and you just punch, and you turn it around. The nice thing with this punch board is it creates that little rounded edge as well on the inside. Okay, so that's what you're left with. The nice thing is it creates these cute little photo corners that you can then use as well if you want to use them somewhere on your lap. I'm one of those that doesn't throw anything away, so I've got bags of these. But especially when I do frames, just in case, especially when I do frames with a glitter cardstock, they make the nicest photo corners that you can just use and add. You know, I mean, you could even do that if you wanted to. Sorry, I'm showing you out of frame. You could even do, you know, little photo corners. So it's a very cute little gadget.
Yes, you're doing that import in, hey?
Got to get
Yeah,
those in.
get them in.
Right. So now this does have a little trimmer blade, and you slide your blade in, you put your bracket basically to the same measurement as your frame. It's got the different measurements marked there, and you would put this in and you would slide your little trimmer blade over here. I don't bring the blade because it always falls up, but really if you're doing a simple thing, you can just slit a small frame. You can just slit it like that with your scissors, or you can take your craft knife and cut it like that. As I say, I just do it like this because it's quick and easy. And if I go slightly skew, I'm going to use my sanding block anyway. And that's your frame. Quick and easy. So it really is an amazing tool. I highly recommend it. I am going to just sand a little bit the inside of my frame as well, just to make it look all the same. Okay, so we're going to do that with both our frames. Now, if this was a class where you were all sitting here, the board would be passed around the table. But you're all going to have to just do that yourself. So if we've just prepped this, then we get to that step just now, and it's all done. Quick and easy. And Benita's still measuring, so it just shows you I've made 2 frames, you know, in the time that it takes to measure one.
Now I'm going to go back.
But yours doesn't do that.
What you can do is once you've cut one frame,
yeah,
you can even if it's a different size, you can use your measurements to draw the thickness on the other side, on the other frame. So just do one and then use it as a template.
We use the craft mats to measure the one with, and
the craft mat is the best resource you've got because everything is marked on here, whether you work in centimeters or inches. You can literally line up your ruler with this grid if you wanted a 1 centimeter, and you can do it like that. So craft mats you can use a bit of masking tape to keep your frame in place, or whatever it is you're cutting. They really are great. I don't know what you do with those. I throw them away.
Keeps the corners.
Yeah.
You
That's anything.
Well, those are a little bit of an odd shape.
Oh yes,
so.
because you got your corners out. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you see now, you would have used those somewhere else on the lab.
Absolutely.
You know?
We wouldn't have had to cut the small pieces if I did.
That's amazing. That's a wonderful idea.
Okay, so we all okay with our frames?
So if I switched it manually, so just give it a little bit longer.
Yeah, we didn't even get John. We didn't even get a privilege here.
No.
No.
And then it
Oh,
was
sorry, would you like to use my punch card?
Are we done now?
No, they must work the manual way.
They must do it the old-fashioned way. Sorry, ladies.
No, it's fine.
The tribe has spoken. Okay, in the meantime, you can get out your embellishment tack. I'm going to use this piece of the stripy ribbon. Okay, just while everyone's finishing that, you can use whatever glue you normally use. Personally, I'm not a fan of wet glue with paper. I love my Tombow. I do use my Tombow for all the little bits, for sticking down my little bits and pieces, my embellishments, my fussy cuts, chipboards. But I use tape. This is just a personal thing. I use tape for my layouts. It is a little bit of effort, but everything is stuck. You don't worry about corners. Some papers are quite porous, and even if you're using paper-safe glues, they tend to make your pages a little bit buckly. But use whatever you have. Celebrate paper is nice and thick, so I know it handles glue really well. But for this class, I'm going to use tape. I use the white polyester tape. I'm also a massive fan of the red tape. Those who know the e-tapes, this is a high-tech tape. It is extremely strong. I make a lot of mini albums and I only use red tape in the mini albums, especially if you're using something like this craft board. It's got quite it's not textured, but it's got quite a rough surface, and sometimes glue and tapes don't stick to it well. So red tape is always great with this. But I am going to use red tape to stick down the ribbon because I do want it nice, and I don't want to use liquid glue. I don't want it to go through the ribbon. So we're going to use a bit of red tape to stick down this ribbon to make sure it stays in place. So yeah, get whatever glues or tapes you're going to use ready, and we're going to start constructing our background. So the second part of this layout is easy because it's literally that whole sheet. Now, we've got two ways of doing this. We can either work the two layouts separately because there are pieces that go across. You see, I do a lot to make the 2 pages look as one. Or you can just layer everything, glue it together like that, and then you can cut it afterwards. You can take a craft knife or a guillotine, but if you prefer to work your pages separately, you'll have to cut each piece as you go. So I think for the purposes of this, we're going to work with our layout together. It's just easier to have it all like this, and then afterwards you can take, it really does work well if you take a craft knife, or if you have a strong, not your paper trimmers, but if you have a strong guillotine, it'll cut well through all of these layers. Okay, so that's going to be our right-hand page. Our left-hand page is going to be constructed of this piece and this piece. So now we are going to have to glue these 2 pieces together to get to our 12 inches. Okay, so the best way to do this, we need to make sure that we don't go bigger than 12 inches. Okay, so they are actually cut more or less exactly the same size. So you can just glue these 2 pieces together, put a piece of tape down the back. That's the easiest way. Just like that. So this is where you will need tape, because obviously you can't do that with a piece of glue. Okay. So those 2 pieces we've done together, and then that's going to be our background page. If you want to work your 2 pages together, you can take a little bit of either magic tape, which is that like slightly opaque sellotape, or a little piece of masking tape, and you can keep your pages together. I'll just keep mine together once I start sticking things on top of them. Okay, so that's our background. And on the left page now, we're going to stick this border strip. So I am going to use a bit of Tombow on this because it's quite thin.
Yeah, just remember people need to find these pieces in that pile.
Okay, so let's take out all the pieces that we're going to need right now. You've got your 2 backgrounds, your plaid strip, and we're going to use these 2 pieces. And we're going to use this border strip. the blue border strip. And for now, that's all you need. Right, so this little blue strip, I'm going to stick over here, bring it a little bit in. I don't want to cover my dog with all the rest of the layering. Move that out the way so we're not confusing everyone with. Okay, so we're just adding that blue border strip about 1 centimeter or so in, doesn't need to be exact. And the next piece we're going to stick down is this border strip, or whichever border strip you've chosen. I use my paper piercer to just lift the edges of the tape. I'm going to stick that border strip just on there with a little bit of the blue showing. I'm going to cut a piece of ribbon. Let's cut it a little bit bigger than your page. I prefer to have it fold around the page because ribbon can fray. So in this case, we're going to do it like that and have it going over the edge. Now, the best way for ribbon, don't try and put your tape, if you're going to use tape, don't put your tape on your ribbon. Put it actually on your page, because if you put it on the ribbon, it tends to buckle a little bit. So we're just going to, I'm using a strip of red tape here. And just do that like that. Peel this tape off. And I'm going to take the ribbon and just stick it slightly like that. Right, and you just fold it over the edge. You can either add another piece of red tape, or you can literally just do this. Oopsie. You can literally just do that at the back as well to keep it in place.
People don't normally recover from a red tape. Oopsie. Well done.
Oh no, there's
Did she recover? Oh,
There's
she's watching. Well done.
well, it didn't oops on the wrong side. Luckily, it oops the right side up. So there's a wonderful product called Undo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a local version called Glue Off. It is absolutely fantastic. It comes in a bottle. I sell hundreds of them, and it honestly lifts red tape.
Wow.
And it lifts it. You pour it on, it lifts it. It dries completely clear, doesn't damage your page, and then your glue is still sticky, the red tape, and you can just restick it. It's absolutely fabulous stuff. So stick with me for more Undo tips. It's fabulous stuff.
Juliet, I will say it's quite attractive the way you've taken what would have been our single sheet as the base page and created like that border down the side.
I love these side borders. I'm sure you've noticed it's a bit of a trend that I do. A lot of them I have, especially if there's a wood grain, something with a bit of a bold pattern. I love bordering the sides of my pages with it. Certain paper just, sometimes you can do it along the bottom or the top, but some paper just lends itself to the sides. So yeah, we've still used the base of the whole page, but just added a little detail on the side and just made it that little bit more interesting, I guess. And it's got some texture now, so
it's very nice, very effective.
Visually it's effective. Okay, so I'm going to add some tape now to these two pieces, this one and this one. These are the two pieces we're going to use next. I'm not shy with tape. I like to stick my stuff down. So in the middle. Now I know that when I give you the notes for that come in the bulk pack, I will specify how many centimeters from the top and how many centimeters from the left, because I know that a lot of people like to be precise. But to be honest, I eyeball everything. I don't measure when I stick down. I just do what looks visually right. But for the purposes of the note, I do always give people, you know,
And it tends to work out, which I asked.
it does work, because you know, sometimes you've maybe stuck it too low and then it's not sticking out. So I'll give you those measurements, but please don't be too pedantic about measuring how far from the top. You can really visually see when a piece of paper is working, you know, sort of where it's put. This piece we're going to put more or less centered. If you're cutting, it's probably about 15 centimeters from the left. And about 2 centimeters from the top. So we're sticking it roughly like that. So I said, I'm not going to measure because I'm not pedantic about it being exactly the same as the sample I made. As long as it's more or less placed, then you should be fine. If you want to measure, this will be about 15 centimeters on that page. Obviously, it's going to go across both pages, and about 2 centimeters from the top. Okay, so you can go ahead and just stick that down. And I'm keeping my pages together. Visually, it's going to be easier to demonstrate the whole background.
Approximately exactly 15 centimeters.
Did you ladies hear that? I need to say so approximately exactly 15 centimeters.
Oh, you know.
Are you Virgo? Are you... Okay, the next piece we're going to put down is this black one. It's not going to look like much until we start layering on top of it, but there's method in my madness. We're going to put this piece on the right-hand page, and my measurements that I used is roughly exactly. Let's see if I've done this. It's about 8 or 9 centimeters from the top and the right side. So it's going to go approximately like that. Okay. Most of it is covered, so it's really insignificant details if it's not exactly like that. Show you more or less like that. Just next to those, the set of flowers there. You should be fine. Okay. I'm going to stick that down. Also, if it goes down skew, it's not going to matter because you can see there's a lot of stuff layered on top of it. Okay, so the next piece we're going to use is this frame, this piece from the block sheet, what I call the block sheet, and this one is also going to layer a little bit over these. But what I have done, and if you take out your, if you get your fussy cutting, I've got my little bits here, I have used this piece. If you have not cut yet, then the easiest thing to do is when you glue this down, don't peel your tape off from this side so that you can just tuck it under afterwards. But what I've done is I've added this little piece over here underneath. So we can actually stick that little piece down first. What I often do with these cuts is I don't stick them down completely. I just put a bit of glue in the middle, because if you look at this layout, and this is just my process, the way I work, I've tucked that photo mat underneath. So I will literally just put a little bit of glue in the middle, place it. And when I've finished placing everything, I go back and I add little bits of my Tombow or something underneath those bits to stick it down completely. Because
you might add.
Because I might add, and sometimes I still want to tuck like this one. I've
Yeah.
tucked that photo underneath there. I don't want it on top because I like to see that little bit. So you can see here, it's not even stuck down properly because I just do a little bit to place it. So
That was
a little
your
bit of
phrase last time.
little bit tuck spot, a little bit, and I'm going to place this one more or less here next to the numbers. just like that. And you can see I've left it open there so I can still tuck things. Take on this piece. And if you want to swap these around and you want to use that side instead of that side, please feel free. The blocks have got patterns on both sides and you really can use either. Okay, so the next piece we're sticking down now is this one. And it's literally just going to go slightly over the top of that. It doesn't really matter if it's there or there. It's all little bits of details. And I'm going to do it just next to that number 8, going over onto the second page like that. Okay. Are you all there?
Yes.
We cover most of the background. So if ours is slightly up or down, doesn't matter.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
right.
It doesn't matter. You'll see that there's
Yeah.
there's little bits and pieces that are layering on top.
Okay.
So if you've got a gap between your pages, it doesn't matter. It all lends itself to just a collage background. Okay, we've got these 3 strips now. And if you look on the second page, I've done another little border here with those 3 border strips. In fact, I think before we do that, let's actually put our photo mats down. Will help with a little bit with placement. So we're going to take these 3 pieces. You've got your 3 craft pieces. These are going to mat onto here. They should just give you a little bit of a border. If you find that you're a centimeter or millimeter out, you can really just trim this or that. But you just want a little bit of a border showing around the craft. And you're going to add these 3 pieces, stuck them down completely. I haven't raised them with foam tape. You're going to mat those 3 onto there. And the same with our larger mat, those 2 pieces. So we've got our 4 blue mats that we're going to adhere to the craft.
We're going to do that some.
Mattings. We're going to do that now, yes. Dennis, everybody following? Everybody fine? If anyone's not keeping up, please just send us a little message.
Celeste Law just said she's really enjoying the class. Thank you, Juliet.
Thank you, Celeste. The tape is a little tedious, but glue definitely goes quicker. It does make everything nice and flat. The other thing I like to do while we're busy with our photo mats, and this is really personal choice, is to take a fine liner and draw a little freehand, and the emphasis is on the word freehand. You can take a ruler, but the whole effect is actually a little bit not straight and not perfect. So I like to just take a fine liner. Often when you put your photos, you don't see it, but when the layout is like this, without photos, you'll see just that little pen frame around it. Really just adds another another layer of detail, because you've got your double matte, you've got your sanding, and you've got the pen frame. So it's just creating visual interest around your photo mat. So if you want to do that, you can also do this right at the end. You don't have to do it right now, but I literally just draw freehand. And if it goes slightly skew or you stop halfway, you just pick up and carry on. You can use a black or a gray or a brown or any color fine liner or gel pen that works for you. Laura, Hannah, thank you for this awesome pen. Laura gifted me with this, and now I love it so much she's going to have to get me more. Because it's not black, it's like a charcoal gray, and it's a Marvy pen. It's just amazing. So Laura, you're going to have to source us some more, girl.
We did the family ties class up there with her, and
Yes.
she has got a lot of
Fabulous.
those pens in her.
Laura's going to be hearing from me this week. It's a great pen, and it's fine and smooth, and I love it. The gel pens tend to get a little bit, they dry very quickly and then they blob. I do love using a white pen, so then you have to use a gel pen because you don't really get white fine liners like this. So when there's darker matte, then I love doing it with white. But this grey pen is fabulous.
Also, the speed that you can draw a straight line is rather impressive.
It's not my first rodeo. I've done this many times. So I'll give you a bit of time. As I say, you can also do this at the end. It doesn't necessarily have to be done now, but just look at the difference on those frames. They really just look, it just got that little bit of extra rumor, if I can use that word.
It's very effective.
We used to do this a lot more. Now we actually almost stopped.
Yes, we used to draw. A lot of the trends from, you know, and some of us that have been scrapbooking, like I say, from dinosaur years, a lot of the trends that we used then, we stopped using, and a lot of them have come back. Things like drawing on frames and eyelets. I mean, I have a newfound love for eyelets. I use eyelets all the time. And for about 5 to 10 years, eyelets were like no one used them. And now they're amazing again. So there's a lot of trends that repeat themselves. So hang on to all those old tools and all the old things that we did from all those years ago, because they do make a comeback. I saw bootleg jeans in the shop the other day again. And I'm like, what? Are these also coming back?
And the platform shoes.
Yes.
Oh, like what? No.
So, I mean, I had like 100 pairs of bootlegs and I got rid of all of them. And now I should have kept them because apparently it's a thing again. Okay, so I've just prepped my photo mats. I'm going to give you all a minute or two just to get to this point. I'm going to just tape my border strips in the meantime. A lot of tapping going on here.
Anna from Brisbane is saying she's loving these videos.
Thanks, Anna. Glad you're following us. I was just about to say, these Aussie scrappers are awesome.
They are.
They're engaging and
They are really
enthusiastic.
And you'll learn.
Participate.
There's Aussies and then there's people from Brisbane.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't want to say there's the better part of Australia, but Brisbane,
Whoa,
Brisbane is our second home.
You've
We
got
love Brisbane.
You've got to be careful now what you say.
Yeah,
Baby D.
So in South Africa, most crafters, as you know, like Joburg, Pretoria.
Yes.
In Australia, Brisbane's the
Oh, is that the scrapbooking
scrapbooking,
capital
all
of
the
Australia?
biggest shows are in Brisbane.
Okay,
yeah.
good to know. Good to know. These are the 2 strips. I've just prepared the father quote and the studs, and we are going to do this one as well. I'm just going to use glue on that one. So I've just prepped those along.
But if you do get a chance to go over, Juliet,
Yes.
there's some incredible scrapbooking, paper crafting shows
Oh, wow,
in
I
Australia.
love lots of talent.
Thousands of people come through.
Well, I'm waiting for an invite.
Just incredible.
Nudge, nudge,
Yep.
wink, wink. Not so subtle hint. We'll make it happen.
Yeah.
Available.
We've got free accommodation at Jenny's
My
place.
bags are packed. Just say when. Just say when. Okay. Shall we carry on? Okay, now when I stick, and I'm going to show you again the layout, I'm going to just bring it into the screen. You'll see that this is also one of my party tricks. I love tucking little bits underneath my photo mat. So now, if you haven't done your fussy cutting, you just have to be very careful not to peel all your glue off, because then you'll have to lift it up to tuck underneath. The other way to do it, for example, this is I've put tape here. I'm just going to peel those 2 off, and I'm going to actually not peel that tape off so that I can add my tags afterwards, if you're not going to do it all at the same time now.
Yeah.
I do have the tags ready, so I'm going to show you. Dennis, may I borrow a stapler, please? I can bring one. So yeah, so I just want you to pay attention now when we're sticking these things down, because there are little bits tucked underneath. And if you have not got the fussy cut pieces done, then just pay attention to where those are, so that, thank you, that you can add them afterwards. All right, so we're going to do these 2 mats over here. They're quite straightforward in where they're placed, but there is a little tag and one of the studs element that I've tucked underneath the top. So I'm going to get that tag out. Okay, I'm just going to cut a piece off because I don't need it the whole way. If you want it as a functional tag, then you can leave the whole thing and you can make it slide out. Mine is just for decorative purposes. So I'm going to stick that, and I've got one of the little studs. Those are the 2 fussy cuts that I'm going to use for this particular frame. Okay, so the first one we can just stick down at the top. And it's just going to go more or less a ½ centimeter or so from that ribbon, about 1 centimeter from the top. It doesn't need to be exact. And you can stick your first mat down. Just got a little bit of that background element showing.
So that one's flat.
Yeah, all of these 4 photo mats that we're going to stick down are all completely flat. So I've got normal tape on them. They're not been raised with anything.
But nothing tucks under this one.
Not under the top one. The top one you can stick down as is. The second one you'll see now I've just peeled off my 2 pieces of tape, because often I don't like to do it in the air. I like to do it when it's down. So this one is just going to go about a ½ centimeter more or less below it. But as you can see, I haven't stuck down that part. So now I can tuck my tag in. And just do a little bit of glue on the bottom, so I'm not sticking over here, so that my photo, sorry, I'm showing you on the wrong one, like that, so that my photo can still slide on there without it covering it. And this is the nice thing with using a bit of wet glue with these pieces, is you can still lift them you can move them around for a bit. So I'm just doing a little bit of detail behind that photo mat here. And once you're happy with it, you can then peel your piece of tape off. Oopsie. And stick it down. It just helps to have that maneuverability for a bit until we've placed what you want. Cutting 2 little pieces of ribbon. Going to use this tag and this tag. Again, if you would like your tags to slide in and out, you will make sure that you only tape, there's an errant photo corner line there. You'll make sure that you only tape around here, or perhaps just a little piece there, so that these tags can slide in or out. In fact, mine do, but I like to stick everything down, because obviously I use it as a sample and then it gets handled. But these tags, as you can see, in fact, I probably forgot to peel that piece of tape off. Yep. But it's quite handy, because now the tags can slide in or out. So I'm going to stick these 2 down, but as you can see, you can leave them like that. And I've just taken a little fold of ribbon, just cut it at an angle. Sorry, I'm doing it out of screen, at an angle with my scissors, and just use a good old-fashioned stapler to staple that down. Doesn't even matter if it's not straight.
To screen.
Okay. A little tag bit. Do another one. You're welcome to make holes in these tags and tie the ribbon through it, but the ribbon's quite thick, so it might tear, but that's just quick and easy. Make these a little shorter.
Those gingerbread ones. It's delicious. Very nice.
Do not to cry when you said
No,
something.
absolutely, it's very nice.
Okay. Right, so we're going to, this big matting that's going here on the second page, I'm going to keep this page in frame so that you can see more or less where we're placing it. I'm going to just do that because our pages are together, but I would say it's roughly about 4 or 5 centimeters from the middle there, just above this little ruler print on the paper, and you can stick that down. But I'm going to shove my 2 tags underneath just before I stick it down properly. Okay. And when you cut your pages, these little pieces can be trimmed, so don't worry about if they slightly go over. They're just for effect. Okay, so we put that matting down.
Just having staple issues.
Do you need some help with the stapler, Erin?
Through. See if anything can do it. But the first one worked. I don't think maybe running out of staples.
Forceful.
So do it gentle enough. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so our last photo mat is this one. This one is going here on the layout. I have tucked a little bit of a doggy face underneath. Okay, now this particular doggy fussy cut, you can actually just chop it in half. I've used the other half on the other layout, but there are other dog cutouts, so you don't have to, but I'm gonna just chop him in half because otherwise we've got to cut a whole extra dog. And I'm just going to use half of him. He's just peeking out from behind this photo mat here. So we're going to do this photo mat. Now also with the tape, you can see how it's not right to the end here. So when I do little things like that afterwards, because most of the time I do this and then I start tucking all the little bits. It's very easy to tuck those little bits underneath, or you can just trim them off as well.
This frame has 2 discs under the MRI.
This one.
The big one.
Yes. This one also has 2 little bits, but I add those afterwards because it's easy to slot them in. So I'm going to peel my tape off here, bearing in mind that I've got a little doggy. You can actually just do that, and you can put your dog behind it. And this one is going to go about half a centimeter from the top. And if you want to measure from the end of the page, I've done it about roughly 11 centimeters. If you want to be precise, you can do that. Just got a little bit of that black showing, but again, it also depends where you've placed the black. And I'm going to put some glue under my dog and just have his cute little face sticking out from underneath the photo mat. And that's going to give us the guide for where we're going to put some border strips here, which is quite helpful. So we're going to start with our stud border strip. Now this is the exact length of this, so don't worry about this now. When you cut your page, you can always just trim it off. You can see it just goes right to the edge of the page here. I'm going to take the studs and we're going to stick it just below that photo mat. I'm not sure where the middle of your page is the easiest thing to do. Is just put your ruler there. And just stick that across like that. Okay, then we've got, I want to put this one over it. So I'm just checking more or less where my line's going to be. The next one we're going to do is that, leaving a place just for that one to go on top. And I'm going to stick this tangerine color zigzag one just below it. So it's more or less just less than a centimeter. Okay, and the last one is quite in the middle.
It does balance the two halves of the page, having
Yes.
the one going vertically and the other one horizontally like that.
Even if they're not in the same direction, it's
Yeah.
sort of a repeating. If there's one thing I learned very, very early on when I started scrapbooking, and it was all about, you know, all those donkeys years ago, use it once, use it twice. And it's a great thing. If you've used an element on your layout, repeat it somewhere.
Yeah.
The rule of thirds, of course, is also great. Even the third time is fine, but don't just isolate something. If you're going to do a little technique, add it somewhere. If you're going to add an eyelet, make sure there's another one somewhere else. And it's such a great design tip that you can use in practically every craft project you do. Use it once, use it twice. They don't always have to be in the same direction or area. Okay, so this does look a little higgledy-piggledy now, like all these random pieces, but it all works in the end.
Very good.
Okay, is everyone following?
What about me? Give us a minute, please.
I'd just like to add my first bit.
I'm reading for time, 10:20. Okay.
What could she? It was all fine till now. I'm still dealing from my journey experience. That's delicious.
It is interesting, like you say, how trends come and go, but even since COVID sort of days to now, how the industry has changed. We would never be doing Zoom classes like this
Well, it's had
live.
to change, but isn't it amazing how, I would say, from something bad, something good comes? Because by doing these online classes, we reach so many more people, and people that normally wouldn't be able to, you know, before it was, well, if you don't live in that town, or if you don't live in that area, or even in that country, you can't attend that class. And it's so amazing now how we can reach, I mean, even just today, like countries around the world, and all at the same time doing the same thing. So it really is, it's been a blessing in disguise. There's always something good that comes out of something bad. And we've learned how to adapt and do things differently. So there's still something to be said about in-person classes. Obviously, there's that camaraderie and the vibe, and it is fabulous. But
It's not always possible.
But this is just as amazing.
I mean, not all of us can just come to your class, but yeah, we
Correct.
can all come to your class. It's,
Yeah. Need a bit of both.
Yeah.
Your local
exactly.
class,
Yeah.
local teacher, and then online.
Okay, so the next two pieces we're going to use are these, and we can just put normal tape on them. They're completely flat, so you can apply your glue or tape. We're going to use this one first. And this one is going on the right page. Estimate about 2 centimeters from the right, roughly 1.5 from the bottom. Just eyeball it. Just want it in that little gap like that. We've got this, what is it, a Boston Terrier? Almost,
Yes.
yeah. Got this funky little guy who's going to poke his head out from behind us here. So we can actually just glue him into this cap. Like I said, I don't worry about gluing every little bit. Once I put everything in place, then I go back and see what else, where else glue needs to be added. And you can just put him more or less there, sort of halfway on that. And then we've got our blue frame piece, which is going just offset on that frame, like that. So yeah, the simple way would have been just to do one photo mat here, but it's fun to just add all these little layers. It just gives so much dimension, and all you're really going to put there is one photo. And it's just a way of adding a little embellishment hub in the corner of your layout. A minute to get to that point. In the meantime, this is one of our last pieces left. This piece I have raised with foam tape, so you can prep that and just put your Now, I like when I use foam tape, I like my thing to be properly raised. So I will rather put an extra row than just small pieces and have it buckle. So I do use quite a lot. Feel free to just do it the way you like to. But I like to have it fairly even, so that if you put pressure on it, it's not, it doesn't warp.
Can you please just explain what you've done with that roll of tape?
Oh, so I buy these big rolls because I go through, like, I mean, this is the slightly thinner one. It's been used. The rolls often with this 3 mil, this is the 1.5 mil tape. This roll lands up being like massive. So when you're transporting it around or you want to stick it in your tool bag, it just doesn't go, and you don't want to bring it to classes. So I cut them in quarters.
What, I take
a craft, like a Stanley knife, like a heavy duty. You can use a craft knife, but and I cut them in quarters. In fact, I sell them like this in my shop as well. And it's so awesome because you get like tons of it, but it's in strips. You don't have to carry this huge roll, because I find the small rolls, I use one roll and a layout. So I like my bulk. So that's why it looks like a pizza slice. I just chop them up.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, so we've put foam tape on that one. We're going to put that on our left page. That's going to go on that frame, but now we've got little bits that we're going to tuck underneath. So there are these 2 little pieces. It's the smaller one that we're going to use. And I'm placing this here just so that I get an idea where the pieces are that are going to come out from underneath it, but I haven't stuck it down yet. So this little piece is just going to go underneath there, like that. And there's this little measuring tape piece, which I'm also going to use. And that's just going to shove underneath like that. Okay, so it's more or less going to look like that underneath. I just want to see the little bits of them sticking out from underneath my mat. And the other piece, we've got this woofle coming out this side. And so I'm just going to do a little bit of glue in the middle and stick him underneath there. Again, I'm not sticking down his ears and everything because I still want to add pieces here. So I'm leaving the little pieces that I can tuck things underneath just now and place him like that. And then the last piece, we can peel the foam tape off and we can stick this piece down. This stuff does stick. Sorry, Erin. Okay, so this is the piece that we're going to stick that large quote that we were preparing with our chipboards. As you can see, mine's half prepared, but I've literally just used that and put the quote on there. We'll get to the paper underneath it just now. Okay. If you don't want to use this quote, you can just add another photo mat, whatever there. And I didn't say, but with the black that I put here, the rest I've just done in glaze as well. Okay, so now it's taking shape. We've got a few more little pieces to add. We're going to do our frames. While we've got our foam tape out, you can raise both of these frames that we cut earlier on with foam tape. If your foam tape, this one fortunately is just the right thickness, but if it's too thick, you can just cut it into, if it's too wide, broad, you could just cut it in half. You can also use those little squares if you have those. I do like my frames to be nice and solid. How's everybody doing? Everyone good? Are we all following? These two little squares, they're not exactly the size, but it's just to put behind our frames like that. So you can go ahead and peel, even if you just do one side like this, then you know that you can leave it like that on your layout and you can still slide your photo in underneath when you're ready. So you don't have to peel all of it off now. Okay, so this frame I've prepped, and I'm going to stick this frame on this page.
The smaller one.
The smaller one. This is the square one, the smaller of the two. I'm going to put it just in that blue border over here. Like that. And I've left it so that I can slot my photo in underneath afterwards. And the larger of the two frames, I'm going to put on this page. It's going to tuck just under the dog's ear, give or take 2 centimeters or so from the left. And I'm going to stick that frame down over there. Okay, it's the same scenario. I've left it so I can slide my photo in afterwards, but the frames are raised with foam tape. Okay.
Starting to take shape.
Yep.
Making sense.
All the little pieces, they all start making sense.
Wonderful.
Right, so I've got these 2 fussy cuts. I'm going to put these on now as well. This one is going to land up, I'll show you on the original. This one is going to land up being cut between the 2. The tag is sort of underneath. Again, I've left the dog's ears flapping so that we can just tuck it underneath. We're going to add those 2 pieces now. I'll use my wet glue. I can move it around a little bit. I'm going to just put it on the top of that. See, now I'm OCD and I see I haven't sanded the edge of that. That's why I stick it down. And it's just going to go on the top there. And this tag is going to slide between the two. Like that. You can see the words. That's the boss dog. You can also punch holes in these and add little bits of twine. You can put eyelets in them, or you can just leave them as is. The tags are quite versatile. They work plain, but it's nice to just add a little, or a brad or something like that if you want to.
You can even do ribbon, because a wise woman once said, do it once, do it twice.
There we go.
Oh, it is twice already.
So the ribbon has been used twice, but you can use it a third time. Third time's the charm.
Cheeky, hey?
I'm glad he called me wise. There is that. I'll take it. Okay. So our framework of our layout is absolutely done. We've done all our matchings, we've done our backgrounds, the matchings, we've added all the little bits and pieces, and all that's left now is to add the little bits of fussy cut and all the small details. So I'm going to just do one or two of them, and then the rest I think we're going to rather move on to the other layer so that we get more done of that. And if we have time, we can go back and add the small details. But let's just show you a few of the little bits that I've done, especially with the acetate sheet, because there's always questions about how to use this and how to stick it down. So I absolutely love these measuring tapes, and I've definitely used those. So I'm going to quickly show you. You can cut them with the scissors, cut it with your guillotine. Chop these two. So I've just cut my two measuring tapes. Now, personally, I found that the best adhesive to use for this, because it is tricky to stick down, is those of you who have this Zig pen, the Zig two-way glue. It is blue, but it dries completely clear. It sticks acetate, it sticks transparency, all those shiny little bits and pieces. Tombow doesn't work, it peels up. So this is the glue that I recommend for that. You can use a piece of double-sided tape, but obviously you often see the tape underneath.
You rub it in yours.
Yeah, no, you can use tape, but it depends. Some people have got tape that's slightly yellow. There's different tapes. So I just recommend this. You literally dot it behind the text, and it dries clear, and it really does work, especially for the words. So I'm going to add one of these little tapes. I'm literally just going to do like a little stripe of glue. Once you place it, it stays. And I'm going to add it. To this part at the top here, just above. Now, if you're still going to be adding your photo, you obviously don't want to stick that down. You can just actually rub the glue off, because you want to put your photo first. But look how awesome that little bit of printed black text looks on this layout. It just makes it all stand out. I'm going to show you. I've cut one or two of these, and I'll just fussy cut around them. Let's use this one. In this case, I'm cutting around the shape. A little bit of a border. Okay, and I'm going to put my glue around the text. This one I'm just putting over here. It's completely transparent. So if you put your photo down, this will show over it. So I love them. They're just fun and easy. So I've used quite a few of these across the layout. I've used some of the words. There's little bits here. I've added some here, which we're not going to do now because we haven't got our chipboards ready. I've used another word there, and I've used these two little strips here. So let's add our second strip of measuring tape. And this one's just going at the bottom here. And you really can't see the glue underneath it. Okay, while we're doing a few little embellishments, we can add some of our fussy cut bits and pieces. This little clock. And this a little bit here. I've got another. These little studs you can just add.
They come in handy when you stuck your frame slightly off.
Exactly. When you've got little bits and
Little
pieces
stud.
sticking out, you
So
just
that's
stick.
how this happens.
Perfect. I'm going to use one of these, the resin domes. What do you call these, Dennis? Dome stickers, right? So I was, and I'm going to stick that there, and you can see how fun these are on a layout as well. You can use these wherever you want. I'm just showing you a few of the little touches. And then, of course, I've got all these little we've got these label holders. I'm just going to tuck one here and there under my frames, use them as like little tabs. It's another one of my favorites, is tabs on the sides of the photos. We've got these big ones. This one I'm going to raise with foam tape. So I'm just showing you a few of the little embellishments. I want us to move on to the second, maybe just have like a 5-minute break and then move on to the second layout. So like here, just put that over there with foam tape. So we're adding a few little touches that are raised just to give it some, just to give it a bit of life. Yeah, it looks gorgeous. A little bit of dimension. Okay, so this layout isn't 100% finished because we know, I will show you like this, the finished product, but we've done probably 98% of it. All that's left that you still need to do are the little details. I'm going to move that out of the frame and show you the finished layout so you can see where you can add the little bits. These words, these gorgeous words that come on this sheet, there's a whole lot of them. You can choose the ones that work for you. Some of them I have raised, like here, I've raised this with foam tape. I've raised that with foam tape. I've got an acetate word underneath it. And then you can use your little chipboard stars, the exclamation marks, and obviously these chipboard words to finish. There's some stars there. That's also been raised. So the little bits and pieces is really just where you add the details. And like Bonita said, if you've made a little mistake and you've got a funny piece sticking out, just stick one of these little studs, you know, tuck, and if you want to add, tuck it underneath the photo there. I mean, you can add to the photos, to the frames. You can do as many or as few of them as you like. That's very cool.
So what I'm going to do is actually just push that up while we have a break. And then perhaps we can just put both layouts in view so people who are not needing a break can see what you've.
Okay, so both layouts, this is the completed one.
That's fantastic.
And that's the almost completed one. And you can just see the few little bits of details that you can add as you like. You don't have to follow where I've put them, but I do. There's always a little bit of symmetry in placing things. You know, if you like, you don't want all your chipboards on one page and then you don't have anything on that page. So you need to balance a plain chipboard here. You need to balance your acetates. You don't have all your acetate on one page and your chipboard on one page. And that's what brings the two layouts together, or the two sides of the layout together, should I say.
Beautiful.
Okay, so we're going to have maybe like a 5, not much time because we've got lots to do on number 2.
Rest this afternoon.
We're going to have like maybe 5 to 10 minutes break if you want to make coffee, or if you want to have a snack or something, if you want to finish your little details, and then we're going to put this away and we're going to move on to the second layout. Thanks. We will have roughly an hour and 15 minutes, which is not a lot, but we'll push and we can get it done. All right. So thanks everyone for joining us. We'll see you in a few minutes. If there's any questions, please feel free to ask and we will respond.
Awesome. Very happy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Super cute.
Always better when you see it.
Yes.
In real life.
Yeah.
And you know how much effort went into
know.
it. That's really cool. Very, very pretty.
Yeah, lots of.
Yeah.
And for me, it's time to clean my workspace.
of course.
Clean up for the
Start
next
again.
round.
But that's everything. Yeah.
You should have a big note that says, "We'll be back."
Yes.
We'll be back.
In case anyone joins now and thinks what's happening. Thank you. Like that.
Was lovely. Thank you. Sure. That's it.
Your shell collection is beautiful.
Do you want?
Very cool.
It was awesome. It was fantastic.
A lot of people messaging saying they enjoyed the class. Thank you.
Fabulous. Good. few minutes.
Yeah. I want you to name yourself again.
Where'd you get them from, though? Where'd you get them from?
We discovered these when Erin was pregnant. She had bad
Yeah.
morning sickness. You get them in the skin and
Seriously?
yeah,
That's what you got from Juliet that
Yes.
last time. Okay.
because it's predominantly ginger, as you can taste.
It's
It's not,
delicious.
they're really
So
good.
nice.
I know, I feel so clear.
I thought I was like, what am I eating? But it's like it was refreshing.
Definitely gonna get some of those.
So this is, I think, the mango flavor one. You get a plain.
Oh, yeah.
with the mango
Better.
flavour.
That's very interesting.
It's new. The
Yes.
other one, the plain ginger, is a lot more gingery.
I love them.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds
So you got to like ginger to like. We like ginger.
good. To empty my bin.
Yeah, I want to share. Right.
Hey, ladies, I'm going to just quickly go over the title again, this main title, because there's been one or two requests to just go over what we did there. So I'm going to bring back into the frame some of the little bits that I prepared early on. Maybe there's a few that joined us late. So I'm going to just show you. We haven't prepared everything because it takes a bit of time, but I'm going to go over the main title again and what I did. I have used an alcohol ink marker and literally just gone around these big words with the alcohol ink marker. You can use a black Koki or any fine liner, any black permanent marker. The alcohol ink's just got this lovely brush tip and the ink glides over the chipboard very, very easily. So all that I'm doing is I'm just preparing the words. And perhaps some of you wanted to know about the paper underneath, so maybe I should get to that. I've been avoiding it like the plague. So let's just go there. I'll show you now. Okay, so I've done this. I've just put a little bit of black here just to show you which of the words I've done in black. It's basically all these large cut out words. I'll finish this one quickly. It'll take half a minute. Okay, so that's just outlining all the black words on the quote. All the rest of the smaller words I have done with glossy accents or dimensional glaze, and you literally just apply it like we did to this little word and you let it dry. I'm not going to do that now because it's going to be very wet. The alcohol ink dries immediately. So, and then the rest of the words, you can choose, you can see which ones I've used on both layouts. If you look at the finished images, some of them I've done with the liquid pearls and some of them I've done with glossy accents. For each layout, the liquid pearls one will be you're going to see them now on layout number 2, and all the ones with glossy accents or glaze I've done on layout number 1. So some of you did see this bit of color and detail behind these layouts. Now I did, like I say, have a lot of regret once I started, because once I started I had to finish. So this is not for the faint-hearted. If you're feeling really brave, you can do this. I took little bits of off-cut paper, mostly the plain ones. I'll just show you. I use little pieces like this. So I've used on this bottom word, I've used the grid, I've used the blue, the reverse side, under the smiles and under the grows, and then under strength, I think I used a piece of one of the browns underneath there. Oh, sorry, under the word strength. And under man again, I've used the grid. So basically, I'm going to do this on this mat so you can see better. Basically, I've done something like this. Let's cut a little piece of brown to show you. So we have got lots of offcut pieces, so you can just okay, so that's in effect what I've done. Now, the difficulty is it's not actually sticking the paper to the back of it. I'm quite OCD about these little gaps in between. And at first I stuck them down, and then I thought, no, I actually want to cut between these little pieces. Now the chipboard is very, very, very fine. So you need to make sure that you have stuck the chipboard down well. You need to actually go around every little piece with a very fine glue tip, or maybe even your zig pen, like a very fine glue, because if you've got glue bulging out, yeah, if you have like one of the small, these little glue bottles, a lot of people decant their big glues into this. It's got these tiny tips that will work really well, because you do need to make sure that your chipboard is well stuck to the paper. And then if I stick one down, let's just demonstrate one word, because it does take a long time. But it is very effective. So I'm just going to use my zig pen.
It's homework.
Yeah, yes. This is definitely homework.
Personally, I think it looks beautiful.
It does look amazing.
Tangerine background.
It does look amazing, but I won't lie, it's a lot of work. So you need to be, but for what's to get great results, you've got to put in the effort. Hey?
Yeah, that's why it looks good.
Okay, so I'm sticking that to, now this part's easy. You can just take your scissors or your craft knife and you can just cut around it. Okay, so that's the easy part. It's getting into those little grooves. That's difficult. I don't actually have my craft knife here. I can borrow one. But some of them you can just snip with the scissors. I say it's very fine, very detailed work. But give it a try, because I promise you the results are worth it. You just need a bit of time and some good lighting. Thank you. Here's one. So it is easy, and obviously once your glue's dried, just to take, it's not my craft knife, so
Yeah.
There we go. To cut out these little grooves like that. But the easiest way is once your chipboard is stuck, once the chipboard is stuck to the paper and dry, because if it's moving around, it's going to move while you're doing it. You don't have to, if you really are an overachiever, you can go inside those little grooves, but they're so fine. The most important is these little bits around the outer lines. And that's basically all I've done. I've just used different colors to block off the different words. And if you look at the effect on here, you really get a nice, there's literally different colors under each of those words. So that's your homework. It's worth doing. In fact, I think under this word strength, I used a piece of craft, but I don't advise it. Rather use a piece of the brown. The craft is very thick and it's very difficult to cut in those little grooves. So rather use a piece of this underneath the word strength. You can even use this one, yeah. You can even use that, even if you do it that way, you know, across. Just put a little piece of brown underneath there. Yeah, so we don't have time, unfortunately, to do the whole thing, but post your completed titles once you've done them.
Yeah.
And we won't give you a prize, but we'll definitely give you congratulations. Right. Okay, so I'm going to pack away and we are, well, just clear this away and we are going to move on to layout number 2. We have to get this done. We can do it, girls.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just put my boards away. For those who weren't here for the first class, we have, or the first half, we have pre-prepared some of the chipboards. I just showed you what to do. Most of them on this layout are going to be with this. And I did also use this frame with the star corner. Okay, but we can get back to that at the end. Right, so this is the layout we're now preparing. I've used a little bit of the different colors here so that it looks different to the first one. I've used these nice tangerine bronze tones, and we have done all the cutting earlier on. If you have not done the cutting, you're going to have to use your cutting guide and just try and catch up. There are a lot of little pieces with this layout. We cut lots and lots and lots of little pieces, so it's not difficult to put together, but you're just going to have to get everything, you get rid of these, get everything sorted. Put your craft, all your long strips like this, you should have 10 of them. You can take all your long strips and put them together. There should be 2 of each, 5 different patterns. I have all my cutting guides in between here. Okay, so of these, I'm going to tell you the pieces I want you to put in certain piles. The craft pieces that we cut, we have 2 large and 1 small like this. And of these, the grid page, we also have 2 large and 1 small. I want you to put those together in one pile because these are what we're going to use to make these dimensional tags. So just put those 6 pieces together. All your other little small bits you can just put together. We do need these 4 border strips. I haven't cut them yet. We're going to cut them now quickly. All of the small pieces together. You can put all of those sort of framed pieces together, and we can make a few little piles with our different elements. Okay, now I did mention earlier on that I have used 2 sheets of craft for the background. You need to take those out now, or whatever cardstock you're using. If you are not using the cardstock background, you are just going to have to turn your pages together and tape them at the background, and then just obviously make sure that they still fit into a 12 by 12. You can just trim off a little bit if they are too wide, or if they're too small, you can add it onto a piece of cardstock later. So we are going to use these for our base. For now, we'll just put them one side, and we are going to sand again. All of these strips. Now, before you sand, let me just show you. On the background, we are creating a long strip of black, a long strip. So we're putting the 2 pieces together. They are going to meet up in the center of the page. And I don't sand that edge. You absolutely can. It's not going to be a problem if you do. But I basically sand 3 sides. Now, there's so much covering these papers. So if your numbers land up being upside down, it's again not a train smasher, you know. But if you want to just make sure that everything is in the right length, the right orientation, then you're just not going to sand on the right side of one piece and on the left side of another piece. But if you sand all of them, it's also fine. So let's just go ahead and sand around, or ink, or you can just pause if you're not sanding, all of these strips that we're going to use to create our background. I'm moving it out of the frame, but you know, I'm just sanding on the edge of my mat. Move it so that they can see or not? Should I move it so that they can see or it's sanding? There we go.
There's a bunch of scrappers at Zamondium.
Oh yes, Renita has a retreat
Jenny
weekend.
Spice is there, and Lynette King. A lot of people watching from there.
Oh, cool. Hello, girls.
They're watching.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'm either going to convert all of you to sanding, or I'm going to put you all off for life. Let's see what everybody says.
But certain collections lend themselves to it more, just being very distressed.
Absolutely.
And it does look very good. And the darker blacks. And,
Yeah.
mm.
If you're done with that sanding, you can just take a minute or two to cut these little borders as well. Zigzags are much easier to cut than scallops.
Yes.
As much as we love scallop borders, this collection, the zigzags, works better. We love scallops, but it's a lot more work to cut it out.
In my mind, like men are scallops and ladies are. Oh, no,
Men are
other way
zigzags,
around, men are
yes.
zigzags.
Yeah, the scallop borders, I mean, they're beautiful. They're my favorite, but they're not easy to cut out. So this is a lot easier. Yeah, I'm done sanding. See. Okay, you're all still with us. Australian and New Zealand ladies still awake. I haven't gone to bed yet.
Not yet.
A lot of these border strips are covered. we put them on the background and then we cover a lot of them. So really don't worry if it's not cut perfectly. Make you do all the work and then we stick things over it. Those who want to cheat, you can just cut one strip and we can cut it into segments and the parts that show. But it's a bit more effort to place where they go. So it's easier to just cut all of them.
What's a typical Saturday morning in the life of a scrapbook store owner like?
Well, it depends. I don't have classes every Saturday, so some Saturdays, obviously if there's a class, then it's just busy. But otherwise, it's just helping customers as they come in. Some Saturdays are very busy, other Saturdays are quiet. If it's a quiet Saturday, I try and do a bit of. I don't do admin on a Saturday. Monday's admin day, but I try and do a little bit of like, yeah, not really. I do most of the design work at home.
Move the shop around.
I find it quite distracting to try and design at the shop because there's people in and out, and then you're having a conversation, and then you're helping someone. So you keep, up and down from the desk. I do most of it in the evenings or after hours, but it's just helping people that come in or moving things around in the shop, repacking paper shelves. Yeah, there's constant work. If it's class day, then there's hustle and bustle. And they're generally the most popular days for classes because people that work. There's a lot of ladies that work. So Saturday mornings are when I do most of the scheduled classes, if you can call it that. Yeah. Okay, so while you're doing that, we might as well just get all the powder out the way, and you can sand all the other little pieces as well. You don't, pretty much I've sanded everything. So all these little pieces, you can just, we can do it as we go along, but if you are sanding now, let's just, my favorite pieces are the black, because the sanding just looks amazing. It makes compare that to that, it just makes such a difference. So it really is worth a few minutes of effort. Even these little tiny pieces.
Anita, are you a really quick sander?
No, I just thought we were all supposed to sand in the first session.
I was did everything.
Overachiever.
No, not really. I thought that's
I am impressed.
not really. She said sand everything.
Good for you.
I'm excited to see Juliet sand the zigzag borders.
Oh, no.
Don't
If you have noticed, the zigzag borders have a lovely little white edge inside the black line that you create. So that's why we keep that little white line, so we don't have to sand those. So for those who cut the white line off,
sorry for you.
Well, to sand or not to sand. I do all my, this is again personal choice, but I do all my fussy cutting. If you look at my little fussy cuts here, I keep a little white border on everything. I don't.
Makes it pop.
I like it. And especially if you've got like florals and leaves and things like that, if you cut them without the border, it is so difficult to cut. So I love the little white border because it also matches with the sanding I do on everything else. So for me, the white border works perfectly. Right. I think let's get going and we can sand the rest of the few little pieces as we go along. We get our background stuff down so that we can work on the little tags. Okay, so we've got now these 10 strips of paper full of dust. And we've got 4 border strips. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're just going to put tape on the back. Oh, if you use glue, you can do it as you go along. I'm going to just tape all my strips and just have them all ready so that we can stick them all down at the same time.
It's just a odd question. How do they know which side to tape?
Well, I've turned them all upside down. It's the side that we haven't sanded.
Okay.
So we've got, just to be clear, you're all right. We've got 2 plaid strips, we've got 2 brown strips, we've got 2 with the other brown, we've got 2 black, and we've got 2 of this tangerine. Those are the ones we've sanded. So we're turning them all upside down and yeah, we're flipping them over and we tape. Make sure you're taping on the back and not the front. Well, the patterns won't really make sense. We were taping. You can see they're just random strips. Yeah, this side we are putting tape on the diamond side. I'm not using the diamond. I'm lying, we did use the diamond. Okay, don't mind me, this is the wrong one. I'm coming back to that. Thanks, Dennis. Actually, I use the diamond side and not the brown side. I don't think it really matters because you don't see much of it, but we can just cut another strip because there is more of it. Because I've now tapped the wrong side.
Yes.
Okay, so we're actually using that side. My apologies, that side and not this side. So I'm just going to cut one more strip now because I've put tape on it. If you have cut it, it really doesn't matter because it's so underneath. It's actually in the middle of the page. And there's such a little bit of it showing that you can use either side. Let me just resand this now.
Catch up.
Yeah. Even teachers make mistakes.
We're all just human. I will need how much to send as the teacher. They've done that. We've got lots to fix it.
Yeah, there's lots of paper.
Unless
So
there was that one piece that was remaining.
don't worry, I've done that.
Because I do have to now sand again.
What you've done.
You know.
Okay, these are our pieces. I'm just showing a little bit on the edge. Those are our 5 strips, and we've got 4 border strips. These are the pieces that we're going to work with now. what you need in front of you. Sure. I'm going to give everyone about 2 minutes just to catch up. I'm just snipping out my chipboards while I'm giving you all a bit of time, so you don't need to be doing this now.
Are we going to run into overtime, Dennis? What are we going to do?
Confidence. Abilities.
I'm the one making you slow down.
So we've still got 45
No,
minutes.
that's what I'm
We
saying.
can
yeah.
do this.
Okay. Just for everyone to sort of
Everything's
know.
cut and
Yeah,
prepped.
no, that's what I'm
It's-
saying.
we
Yeah,
can- we
they
can
must
do it.
be-
There's
Yeah.
a
we
bit of
can
work
do
with the
it.
tags.
But there's
So
a
we're
word
gonna
which they
do the background, and then we're gonna make the tags, and then we'll assemble.
Oh, beautiful.
We'll just carry on until
We'll
the
carry on
class
and
is
those
finished,
that
because we
are.
are
Yeah.
recording it and
Okay. All right, shall we get going?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've cut our strips, we've sanded the edges, and we've prepared the adhesive. Okay, now this is a very, very simple background. We've got our 2 sheets of cardboard. I'm using craft, whatever you are using, and we are just going to layer. I've got these in the order from top to bottom, but we're not going to glue them in order, and you'll see why now. We're going to start with our pieces at the top, and they should go flush against the edge here, and we're going to stick them that you've got an even border. If they've been cut correctly, if they're 30 centimeters, you should have half a centimeter at the top, half a centimeter on the left. You don't need to measure it. We're just going to start from the middle edge so that we don't have any gaps here, because we want the 2 pages to line up with each other so that our stripes are continuous. So we'll start with a 1 piece, and I'm going to stick it down very quickly just so that I can show you. Okay, if our middle piece is fine, the ends are more or less even, that's what we're going to do. And we're going to do exactly the same on the right-hand page. And for this, you're going to want to have your 2 pieces right next to each other so that you can make sure that your line meets up. Now, it's the most important that your top line meets up. Don't worry if your bottom, if your 2 pieces are cut a millimeter or 2 out, it's not going to affect. We will make sure that the other pieces we put all balanced. So you're just going to make sure that your top line balances, and we've got the same border on the top and the right edge, about half a centimeter on either side. So just to repeat, it's the most important that that lines up. Don't worry if you have cut a millimeter or 2 bigger or smaller.
So the top 2 are the most
The
important.
top 2 are the most important. All those little bits we can hide. Okay, now when you do a background with layered strips, it's always best to start at the top and then the bottom, and to work inwards.
Oh,
And whatever's left in the middle, you find a way to fill. So that's the best advice I can give. Don't just go down, because often then you're left with too much of a gap or too little of a gap or something like that in between. So I like to work, I do the top, I do the bottom, and then I work inwards. And if there's a gap in the middle, you find another border strip or something and you just stick it. Right, so our played pieces like this are going along the bottom. We're going to do exactly the same as we did, starting from the middle, lining up with the inside edge, and roughly a half a centimeter on the bottom and the left side. And the same with the piece on the right. Line your 2 pages up. And now this time we're going to make sure that our bottom edge lines up.
quite good already. Just stick 5
Yeah.
photos on.
The background of this page is quick and easy. It's the stuff that goes on the middle that's going to take a bit of time. But this is a really nice, easy background. I love doing this. I love panel backgrounds. You can do them this way. And it's my biggest challenge when I get a pack of paper is how to use every single sheet of paper, because there's so many and they're all nice. So this is a great way. You just, you know, you can even use 10 different sheets. I've repeated them, but you can start this way and do a board of each, and then you get all your color palette laid out on the background, and you can layer then on top of it. So it's a great way to use up. And also you can do backgrounds with offcuts.
Yes.
Previous packs that you've got, you just need strips. Okay. So the next piece we're doing, we're going to work from the bottom, and we're using these 2 brown strips. Now, if your strips are cut neatly, you can literally put them flush against the top of this. If you find that there's a small gap, then just adjust how you stick the bottom of these. If you've got to go slightly over, then you do that.
Also from sanding, they're slightly out. So the
Yeah,
outer edge is more
exactly.
important here, because if we cut our layouts
Yes.
down the middle.
Exactly. You can
rather
always
than
trim on
okay,
that side.
Yeah. 'Cause
And the nice thing with the sanding is it often hides. If you've cut a little bit skew or things aren't perfect, the sanding also hides that. So that's another reason why sanding is so awesome. So yeah, you want to make sure that your outside edges work. These little gaps, if you have them here, you slice it with a guillotine, you take a
and you
millimeter
cover,
off.
you cover quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it really doesn't matter. Okay, I'm going to do these next. If you want to test it now, you can see that your other strips, because this strip I have slightly adjusted. So we're going to do these strips next, and they're going to go on top of the brown strips that you've just stuck down. Sure, I'm sure you ladies can't hear it, but the wind is howling outside here.
Welcome to day.
Just listening at you.
Yeah.
That's probably a better word.
I'm not supposed to be long pants.
Now, last 2 pieces, I mean, you can even see on mine how they slightly, you can see there's a little bit skewer there compared to here. That does happen. But we're going to cover it now with the last pieces. So the last piece is going to go in here. This is also one of the reasons why I use the border strips, because the border strip is going to we're going to stick the border strip straight over any little bit of difference that we might have. So you can slot these 2 pieces in. There might be a slight overlap. You can decide if you want it to overlap the black or that. It doesn't really matter. And that is a real quick and easy background, basically done.
Slight overlap helps a lot.
Perfect.
As long as they line up here, then you don't have to worry about whether that goes over that. If you haven't cut your pieces perfectly. And like I say, if you haven't cut right and you've got a little gap, you literally just take any of your border strips and stick it over those joints. I, in this case, have stuck border strips here, and the other 2 I've stuck here, like that.
We're doing those now?
You can do those now. Okay. I haven't sanded the top of mine, so I'm OCD, so I'm going to quickly do that. But you don't need to, because you can also just put them underneath one of the other pieces that shows the sanding.
Those black strips are very striking on the plate. Like
They are,
looks good.
yeah.
It's like that other one stood out on the other layout.
Yes.
That's blue on the paper. Also
Yeah.
just that's very cool.
Okay, so these strips we haven't trimmed yet, so I'm going to stick them from the outside in, and then we'll just trim those little bits because these are still full length strips, and the other papers we trim to 30. But that I just snip off with the scissors afterwards, and then I know it's the right size.
Yvette says, sounds like a haunted house thing with the wind.
So she can hear it.
I can hear it.
That's why I commented on it, because I can hear it so much.
Quite hectic. We're so used to it.
Yeah, it's just the way I like it.
Yeah.
That's
Wow,
why you don't
that's-
have sliding doors.
That's amazing that that's how loud it is that everybody can hear it.
Goes to talking. They also like scrapbooking.
I said howling at us and you said whistling, but now the haunted
no.
house comment makes a lot of sense.
That is
I
actually
hear it.
performing.
Okay, we'll just keep talking so
Yeah.
that you don't hear too much of the
Dennis, if you start running in the sheet, I'll be concerned.
the haunting
Yeah.
here. No, I assure you.
So we get
All
to a
very
point in
safe.
here, there's a trap door, obviously, to get into the ceiling. And when the wind really goes, you get that, and then it sucks the trap door into the
And it's
ceiling.
right by my desk.
And it's like, you got to go up there to go find it. You get dropped it in the ceiling.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That cannot be fun when you're concentrating on something.
Yeah, end of the month books. Lots of fun.
So when you all start, everyone starts getting weird parcels, then you know Erin's fighting with a trap door. Okay.
Actually, I thought they wouldn't be able to hear it.
Everyone was being too polite to say, what are those whooshing noises?
Yvette said she thought it was me whistling.
I was going to say, it's either Dennis whistling or his tummy growling. Maybe he's hungry.
Yes, there's a problem if it goes on that long. For those who've been to Jeffreys Bay, you'll know all about this.
Okay, that's our background, complete with the border strips.
But it's amazing what those border strips have done.
Yeah, just added a little bit of
Just-
texture, a little bit of movement, because it
Yeah.
was all straight line, and now we've got some zigzaggy bits going
I mean,
on.
it just looks awesome.
You just put them on my wall.
There's lots, I mean, for that matter, you could be adding border strips to every little piece if you wanted to. You can make the most amazing background with paper strips and borders.
Yeah.
You can do, depending on where you want to put your, photos, you could do a quote strip and have photos layered to the top and bottom. So there's
Yeah.
so much you can do with a simple background like this. Now we're going to cover it. Okay, I just want to stick one more piece to our background, this one, and then we're moving on to the tag. So you can put adhesive to the back of this, and I want to just put that down, because all the rest are photo mats and things like that. And this piece is going on the right page. I've put it flush against the edge. It literally just slightly overlapping the bottom of that tangerine strip so that you don't see the line. And I've stuck it like that. You can stick that piece down. And that's the point we're going to be at now. And then we're going to do the tags. Okay. Right, so I'm going to put this aside for now because I want us to focus on these tags that we need to make. I'm going to show you what they look like. We are making these. There's a smaller one, there's a big one here, and there's another big one on that page. We're going to make these 3 layered tags now. So the pieces we're going to need, that's for our tag bases. This we're going to mat the tags on, and then we are going to use a few of these other little pieces, but I will bring them out as we'll show you as we need them. Okay, the other things we're going to need is a scissors. You're going to need a paper piercer, and you're going to need a gel pen or a fine liner or a pokey, whatever it is that you're going to use. Then I did also say in the notes that I've used a stitching ruler and a foam pad. If you don't have those, I'm going to just give you another option of what you can do. But I mean, don't look at what it looks like. This is my stitching pad. It's basically, you can actually use the back of a mouse pad, an old mouse pad if the top's pulled off. It's just a piece of like dense foam that you can pierce in. And then the stitching ruler, please don't laugh. This is my Tim Holtz ruler, half of it. And it's all rubbed off and it's broken in half, but it still works. And you can see it's got these tiny little holes in it. So if you have this one, it works like a charm. I had these made some time ago for those that don't have them. It's just a piece of acrylic with little holes in. If you don't have a stitching ruler, you can just use your normal ruler. It just involves a little bit of measuring. Okay, so I'm going to show you what we're going to do. The first thing we're going to do, just keep all those tools handy. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to cut the corners of our tag. That can also work. If you have this amazing Celebrate stencil, you can use this as well for piercing your holes. Your pieces should go through. Look at that. There you have it.
Without the shop yesterday.
Okay, so a stitching template like this can also work. All right, so the first thing we're going to do, these 2 tags are exactly the same size. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to cut a corner. Now, for those who want to know how to make even tag corners, I never measure. I don't measure 2 centimeters into, I just eyeball it. I can't be bothered to take the time. So just randomly cut 1 corner. Then you use that piece. You flip it over. You put it on your other corner, but it must be back to front. So you'll see the craft has a slightly darker side, and you use that as your template. And then those 2 sides will be even. So that's just a little tip. If you don't have a tag, a punch that makes tags, or you don't feel like measuring, cut 1 corner, flip it over and do the other side.
Good.
Now you can use this one as your template to cut that one. So just copy the 2 corners. It really doesn't need to be perfect. It's just like that. This one I'm going to just do hand cut again because it's a slightly smaller tag, so I don't want to use the same corner, and flip it over. Super simple. Okay, so that's what we're doing with those. While you have those and you are cutting those corners, these are the pieces that we're going to use. We're literally matching the tags. Now, you will see that there could be a small difference. I'm just going to trim them once I'm done. So I'm going to do that. I just want a little bit of the border of the white showing. And I'm completely eyeballing this. I'm just going to cut that corner like that with the same matching showing. And when I'm done with my tag, I'm going to trim that to match the size of my tag. I'm going to do the same with the other 2 pieces. Just want a little bit of a border. And we are grunging these up a little bit, so don't worry if it's not perfect. The white you can still sand. We're going to be layering. We're going to be piercing some holes in it, so they really don't need to be absolutely perfect. Okay, that one is the right size. The other 2 are so you cut a little bit too big.
It's okay, though. Yeah.
No big deal. Just take a sliver off them. This craft knife is blunt.
Oh, sorry, lovely.
It's fine. It works. You see? I'm just trimming them slightly. Right, now we're going to get to the stitching part, and I'm moving along fast because we don't have a lot of time left. We want to get this done. Okay, so if you have the stitching ruler, I'm going to show with an offcut what to do for those who don't. Okay, if you have the stitching ruler, this one has got slightly wider apart. You're going to just put your ruler, you can measure how deep you want it in. You're going to just put your ruler, you put your tag on your foam mat. You're going to use your paper piercer, and you're just going to poke holes right through. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because it makes it look like real stitching. If you don't have the ruler and you just want to draw, you can also just do this. You can just take your gel pen and you can draw little lines like that. You really can just do that. The thing with this, with the piercing the holes, is it makes it look like it's been machine stitched. So just giving you a little bit of an extra dimension. You're going to go all the way around your tag. And you're going to pierce those holes. If you don't have the stitching ruler, but you do want to pierce it, and I'm going to show you now how you can do that. You take your normal ruler. You can decide now the spacing that you want. It's maybe easier with the inch side. You can decide the spacing that you want, and you can literally just pierce above the measurements on your ruler. So it's a little bit slower because you've got to pay attention, but you can still get them nicely evenly spaced by just using some of the little lines on your ruler. Whether you do it in centimeters or millimeters, I don't know if you could see that. Yeah. Okay. So there's various ways to do this. And again, if you just want to draw lines or you want to draw straight lines and you don't want to do the stitching, that's also fine. It would work exactly the same way with a stencil. You could either just draw your pen in the lines, or you can use your piercer and you can pierce in the little holes of the stencil to make your mark. Okay, so we're going to take just a couple of minutes and we're going to do all our piercing around the tags. Competing with the noise now from the wind, giving you some different sound effects.
So not many people would know this. We only found out, but actually had a leather making, what would you call it, a factory? That
I did, yes. Not anymore, but I had a factory that we made leather goods, yeah.
Yeah, so
And
you
I
made
used,
wallets, you were saying?
yeah,
and,
all sorts of, we supplied the hospitality industry. So I used to have, we used to do room folders, menu covers for restaurants, various products. And then I made a series of scrapbook albums as well, stitched leather albums. So I do, that's the one part I do miss now of not having the factory anymore. Okay, so once I'm just doing the one now to show you and then giving you a bit of time to carry on. Once you've made those holes, it's really a question of joining the dots. You take your pen, your fine liner, and you just draw like randomly between each of the, and it mustn't be perfectly straight because it must look like cotton, like stitching. You can go over it twice. I sort of almost color it in a little bit because I want it to look nice and dark. For those that have sewing machines, you're welcome to sew around this with real cotton or to take a needle and actually use real cotton. But the faux stitching is just such a quick and easy way to add a bit of texture. Okay, if you look now, it really just looks like it's been stitched. Okay, you can see the difference here. I've used this ruler, which has got slightly wider holes than the one I used on the first sample. But it gives you just about the same effect.
Very nice.
Okay,
One
so you're
mistake
going
looks
to
like we just
do-
double backed. If I make a
Pardon?
mistake, it looks like we just double backed. on the sewing
Absolutely.
machine.
So you're going to do this to these 3 tags. You're going to pierce the holes, we'll draw around them. We do need those done before we can stick them onto the layout. So
I'm not a very straight stitcher.
There's tracing
the thing
wheels are
about
quite nice
stitching,
too, though.
that you could use a
Tracing
tracing
wheel,
wheel
yeah.
as well, because that'll punch the holes for
Yeah.
you. Those that have embroidery supplies, embroidery tools, a tracing wheel will work really well.
The little wheel.
It's a rotary
No, I should try
cutter
to
with
find
little,
one. Yeah.
like a whole lot of these, and
Right.
you run it over
They say now I've got them.
fabric.
Yeah, okay, can't things online. But this is a. Let me see if I can do one.
Use it in pattern making and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Found the
First
range.
actually find it. This is why the foam mat is so important, because if you're doing this on something hard, your pierce is not going through, it's not going to go through the paper. So then you'd have to hold it up and you'd have to do each one like this. The foam mat just makes it really easy.
So, yeah. What do you do with your dots?
If you don't have a piercer, you can use an embroidery needle. It's a little bit thicker, but you can use a skewer, metal skewer from your kitchen. Just be creative.
Very satisfying.
The sound,
Sounds like bubble
it's
wrap.
better than the haunted house. Yes.
Yeah.
Enjoyed
Have you got bubble
Now
wrap?
he's-
Oh,
That's
now
Dennis
he's
popping
starting
bubble
something.
wrap. That is not the sound of a piercer.
Feel like he's missing out.
Oh, shit.
We all did dot-to-dot activities as children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some better than others.
Some- I see some are using a ruler. That was not allowed.
I'm just doing a bit of freestyle. My little piece is too thick for my. Taking too long.
Use one.
No, it's fine. No. Thank you.
Oh, for your ruler.
Yeah,
Some of the
that's
holes in the rulers are quite
Tight.
small, so then
Yeah.
you need a really fine, thin piece. You can also use like a sewing needle, embroidery needle.
Mm.
Do you ever use a sewing machine itself on your? No.
No,
I've seen
it's too
some
much
people
effort.
do
Yeah,
actually.
and it's
Yeah.
beautiful. I love
Yeah.
it, but it's such an effort to take it out and set it up and thread the cotton.
And
And
to teach it's also
I
quite
prefer to
something.
just, I used to, I haven't done it in a long time, done a bit of hand stitching on that.
Yes.
But I actually love the faux stitching. It's
Yeah.
Same effect, much easier.
quickest and easiest. Okay, when you are done that, we can stick these to their backings, these tags.
It's the sort of thing Isabel does that you were saying. She makes tags.
I'm not sure she does the stitching, but yeah. She's very good at making
Tag.
little tags and cards from leftovers and things like that.
Okay.
Better with each tag.
It's one of those things that you don't overthink. You
Yeah,
just
no,
do.
no,
Just go for it,
Yeah.
because it doesn't matter whether your stitches are even, whether they're big, they're small. It's the effect is not neat and perfect. Like I say, it's a little bit, I don't know if grungy is the right word, but it's a little bit
No,
Shabby
it's
chic.
handmade.
shabby chic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't stress if they're not perfect. That's what our 3 tags are going to look like.
We went from 45 minutes, then we started making the tags and we had 15 minutes.
I know.
You're kidding.
Well, we are going to go a little over
No, we
time,
could go
so
over.
so those that are still with us, please stay with us. But if you need to go, we will. You can carry on watching it later. But yeah, the little details take time.
No, but they're worth it. Okay,
So we're just going to keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only midday in South Africa, so we've still got lots of time.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Australia, New Zealand.
Yeah.
I hope,
Okay for
I hope
UK
the
people as
foreign
well.
ladies are not too tired. They can stay up the extra half an hour. or so.
Sleep in tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow's Sunday. Okay, are we all at that point with our tags?
I'll catch up.
Because you're probably representing people.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. Satisfying.
Good. I'm just getting the next few pieces ready so long. Making sure I've cut all of them. Let me see, I'm missing one. So I'm taking my cuts. Right, these are the little pieces, all these tiny little pieces we cut early on. You're going to see why now. We need these 2 slightly bigger pieces. Those 3 are going to be bases. These are little layering bits, and we're going to use these 3 tags from the fussy cut sheet. We also need this little item from the fussy cut sheet, and we need 1 strip of numbers like that. So these are the pieces we're going to be using now. Okay, what we're also going to use, we're going to bring out, this is one of our offcuts. We're going to cut one strip. This one here. We're going to cut one strip of about 2 centimeters wide. Okay, like that. Have to be exact, it can be 2, it can be 2.5. We just need one little strip of this from this paper, number 11, hero, from this side. Yes, you can sand it. Thank you, Erin, for prompting me. We won't use the whole strip. So just sand it and then it's done. Right, so all of you should have stuck your stitched pieces onto the ledger background. Okay, we've got these pieces here, and these are literally going to go on each of our tags. Now, if you see that they're a little bit bigger, you can just trim them off, depending on how deep you've cut your tag corners. I see mine are a little bit bigger. So there's 2 ways of doing this. You either just snip the corners, or you can just take a 0.5 centimeter or so off of each piece. But we're going to stick these to the tags that you can still see the stitching around them. I'm going to trim mine slightly. Some of yours might fit, others you just need to trim. You can go ahead and stick those 3 pieces onto the tags.
Nothing tucks underneath, you can stick them.
Nothing tucks underneath, you can stick them on as is. Okay. Right. Are we all at that point? Okay, so we're going to now take this black tag, and these 2 little pieces we're just going to add as a background just to make it a little bit interesting. I'm going to put that piece over there. just little squares of paper just to make some layering on the tag. That's all we're going to do with this one for now. Our small tag, I'm doing this little numbers piece on it. Like that. And this last one, I'm also doing this, but I'm letting it stick out a little bit off the edge of the tag, like that. So those that could hear the wind, I'm sure they can hear the neighbor's alarm going as well. Okay, so that's just some of the little detail we're putting on those tags.
For those people from like Joburg, no, it's the wind that set the alarm.
Yes.
Not a bird.
Not sitting here casually while I'm on reason.
Now, this is Jeffrey's Bay. It's very safe and
Yeah.
it's the very strong winds. Shame.
In Kingston hurts the trucks that go down that can set off the
So going to use this one. I'm going to cut it off a little bit because it's a little bit big. I want to put that. So just getting that piece ready. Okay, these 3 tags, I'm raising all 3 of these with foam tape. We want some layering on our tags. So if you want to punch the holes and put eyelets in, you can do that. Otherwise, you can leave them just as is. If you don't put your tape all the way up, you can always go back and do the holes later. Okay, so we're going to add these little tags to the big tags. I'm putting more or less there. Last one is more or less like that. There's no real right or wrong. Right, so these 3 little tags, as you can see, we've raised with foam tape, so they are standing up nice and high on the tags. And the last one we're going to add for now is this. This I'm just going to put along the top like that.
Very nice.
Okay, I have also added this. We can do this later, but you can add it now. I've done a little piece here. Sometimes it's nice to have not everything fitting on the tag, but just sticking out. Which creates a little visual interest with everything not being perfect. I've also used these 2, and I did put a little piece of foam tape underneath them, not the whole way. I've done them like this. I'll show you now. Just put a little bit of foam on the left side. I'm having them just sticking out on the edge of that. Sorry, wrong tag, this tag, sticking out on the edge. Like that.
That's very cool.
But just the little bits, just the little touches is what,
Yeah.
is what makes it pop.
Like you say, going off the tag as well.
Yeah, everything mustn't be perfect.
I don't know when he spends half their time looking for stuff in the fussy packets.
This is also, you don't need to do this now, but just to show you, all those little bullets and little things that we have, these things, you can add little pieces here and there. I'll show you the original layout just now. You can add little pieces there. There's lots of little things you can add to this afterwards, but we'll just get the base done now and we'll work on the little details afterwards. Okay, the last thing I want to do is a little tag topper. One of my favorite things to do with a tag is to make little tag toppers like this. You don't even need to put ribbon through them. You can if you want, ribbon, twine, but sometimes just leaving them like that is also fun. And I literally do it with a strip of paper and an eyelet. I didn't even bring eyelets, so we can also do those afterwards. I stick the tags down in a way that you can add the eyelet or a brad or whatever you want to afterwards. So we're using a strip of paper. Like I said, it's roughly, what was it, about 2.5 centimeters, 3/4 of an inch wide. And we're going to just fold a piece of paper. We don't want it too big. If you look at the top here, you can actually just use your tag as a guide. You're going to fold a piece of paper over like that, cut it off. And then what I always do is I just slightly just miter my edges. Not even, it's like a sliver, a millimeter off the edges, so that the edges are not square. Just makes it look a little finished. Sand it off, and you can stick that around the top of your tag like that. And it's just called a tag topper. We're going to do that for all 3 of the tags with a strip of paper, and then afterwards you can punch a hole in like I have here, and you can set an eyelet, you can put a braid through, you can just leave them as a hole because it makes it look like an actual tag that you can hang something on. Don't even need to measure these, they don't have to be the same. Tags like this are also amazing to just do with offcuts. You can take all, when you've done layouts, you've got all these little pieces and you can just make bits like this. You can use them as gift tags, you can use them on other layouts. Quick and easy.
That's what Isabel's challenge is.
Yeah.
I should beat these.
Yeah. You may not copy mine, you have to make original ones. Okay, so those are our 3 tags. Obviously, there's little bits and pieces you can add to make them more interesting. I did add a little clock. I'm just going to put a few details on, but you really can do this afterwards. And the key is also the layering. Foam tape makes things a little bit more interesting. Like I've stuck a clock on the top there. I've used one of our dome stickers here. So you really can just add little bits and pieces, and of course these book plates, which I love. I think I even cut all of them. The same. Like I've added these little book plates as well to the bottom of the tags, and that they're also sticking out. So it's almost like you could pull it out of a drawer or out of a shelf.
Yeah.
Oopsie. Like that.
Isabel doesn't know me well because she put you at no pressure. No, there's a lot of pressure, Isabel.
Going to say, Jules, why me? Okay, so any of the little book plates, there's lots on your cutout sheet. The sheet that look like this, there's lots of those. You can use any ones that you like and just put them, but it also just creates uniformity between the 3 tags to have the tag toppers the same, the stitching the same, and the little bottom finish the same with the raised tags, yet they're all different. So those are our 3 tags. As I say, you can add all of these little details as and when you like. Some of the little blobs, let's just put 1 or 2 on just to show you how it really just finishes it off like this. So I have a stud there,
Very
and those are our 3 tags. Okay. Perhaps we should, getting tongue-tied. Perhaps we should extend the challenge to everyone doing the class to make some tags with their offcuts, and let's see what everyone can come up with.
That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
Good idea.
Okay, so I'm going to put those aside. Don't worry about over embellishing. And now, actually, what you can do now is you can put foam tape on the back of all of these, because we're going to raise them again on the layout. And yes, it's a double thing of foam tape, but it really is just going to create dimension on the background to have these raised again. So you can, we won't stick them down immediately, but you can add your foam tape to the back. If you want to still add your eyelet, then just do your foam tape tool here and leave that open so that you can still get your eyelet tool underneath.
While you're doing that, Juliet, I think that's a good idea. Let's say, show us your tags with your offcuts.
Yes.
Just post them on Facebook, tag Celebrate in the post, maybe Juliet as well. And yeah, we'll randomly choose a winner and we'll send you another bulk pack of the Alpha
Wow.
collection.
Awesome idea.
Australia and South Africa.
Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, anywhere from there.
UK, the all packs are coming, so unfortunately not now.
I really do like this tags, Juliet.
Yeah, the tags are very
Stunning.
cool. They're very cool. And it's so fun to do. You can do it, as I say, with any offcuts you've got. You don't even have to cut up full sheets of paper. Okay, so I'm going to put these aside and let's go to just, we actually don't have that much more to do because we've prepared the bits that are going to go on our layout. Let's bring our background page back. We've got a few photo mats to do. We're going to put our tags on and then it's just finishing touches. So we're actually not that far off the finish mark. Pretty impressive. Right, so I've got these two, we've got these squares that we cut. These are literally photo mats. We're going to double mat. The black frame is just behind the reason why I use, when you've got layouts with very busyness like this, it's nice to just have subtle photo mats because obviously you don't see all of that once you put your photo down. But I like the little bit of black around it because it just created, we've got so much double layering here that little bit of black just created an extra edge around this graph sheet. So yeah, right. So we're going to double mat these two. They're not raised with foam tape, so you can just stick them down and you can put tape on the back of them for the layout. Sure, that alarm's really going on.
Excuse me.
Yeah. And we've got, these are our last three pieces that we cut. You can put, go ahead and just put tape on the back of these as well, just normal tape. We're going to stick these all down now. If you prefer to use these sides that have got the quotes and you want to do less photos, you can stick it any which way you like. It hurts sometimes, Dennis, when we have to pick which side to use.
And then you have to teach them it. We're like,
And they're like, oh, you're sticking down that side. But sometimes you have to just make a choice.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. This one is going on our left page. here. More or less like that. The narrower of these two, this one is square, that's going to go over there. We're going to do this one. This page. And take a half or 1 centimeter from the edge. I'm going to put that one there. Just need to make sure that we've got space for our tag to go in the center there, which it does. And then on this page, we're doing the square mat. Like that. And we're doing our brown frame piece next to it.
Needs to give them just a minute or two.
Yeah.
Judging by me. I'm gonna breathe faster.
Standing like
She's a machine.
okay, well, we're going to pause for a minute.
Machine. Nice, though, you get a lot done.
Sandy and Durban sent a video of one of her customers because they're scrapping. There's a class today doing
Yes,
this.
awesome.
And she's busy jumping on the trampoline. So she's,
Oh my gosh.
she's ahead. she's fine.
She's having a break and
She's
she's
having a
doing
break on
some
the
gym.
trampoline.
There's one in every class
Yeah,
that
that's over freaking achievers.
just claps it, and for the Australian people that means just does it fast.
But she jumped on the trampoline, she got energy.
So maybe.
Or maybe she's
gave
just
up.
given up. Yeah.
She also
showing us
about
a
to
video.
say, does she give up? Or
Oh, I
can she-
love it.
Wait, let's go play
Sandy's just lost a customer.
That's when you're a quick and a quick sander. Love it.
When
I do question the precision of her
Yeah,
work.
maybe we need to
If she
see,
has
to see if she
time to
deserves
be-
the time to
Yeah.
go jump on the trampoline.
you want to see her tags.
Did she pierce stitch or did she just draw lines?
Yeah.
If she drew lines, it would have gone quicker. Okay, so I'm just showing you the pieces we're going to be using next. They're just here on the bottom of the screen. You can just
So
get them.
up until this one, hey? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
we've stuck that,
And Okay.
and that one. We
Yeah.
haven't stuck anything else yet.
I feel my blood pressure's going up. Telling you.
But in a good way.
Yes, yes, no.
You think? I'm on medicine for it.
You want to go home with this like stuck. Because you know it's going to end up in that pile if we don't.
Yeah.
Exactly. That has to be done.
This piece as well we're going to use.
Juliet, what they? So we were. I'm not going to mention names or anything,
Okay.
but
To
I was
protect the
helping.
innocent.
I was helping some scrappers in Jenny's interactive family ties class, and
Sorry.
they couldn't decide which side of the paper they could like. So they said, no, we'll just safety clip it or we'll paper clip it. But you know her layouts like that you're building layer upon layer. So if you
Yes.
don't stick something,
You don't
down,
commit.
It's not
you
going
don't
to
commit.
work.
So by the time they were finished, they had just paper clip everywhere. I was like, there's no way is they're going to go home.
They don't try to do that. Yeah.
You've got to just make a decision.
Yeah.
So that side or that
Practical.
side.
Just do it.
The nice thing with Jenny's layouts is because they will flip, you're still going to see the other side.
Yes.
Mine,
Yeah.
unfortunately, sorry for you, it's gone. But there's lots of extra paper, so you can get to that side. But yeah, with hers, you know, when you flip it open, you're going to see both sides of the paper. So
Yeah. So with hers, you could choose. You could choose between the quote side or
Yes.
the plain side,
Okay.
and they just couldn't
was
commit
very
to which
difficult.
side. We'll just paper clip.
Well, when we did it, we didn't, she just said stick it, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, which I think she learned.
She got more lenient
got-
as
she
the
got-
class.
Oh, I see,
I'm
okay.
not going to argue with you.
shampoo Jenny, she taught that class so many times. She's probably at the end, just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Just let it finish. Just do it.
Okay, So this particular mat here, once you've added your liquid pearls to your chipboard frame, we're going to stick that frame over it. So it doesn't really matter about this because you can slip it underneath, but we're not doing that right now because we haven't inked it yet. Although you can actually stick the frame on and you can do the liquid pearls afterwards. It's not messy. It will just dry nicely. So that's where that frame is going. And now we're going to place, before we stick this down, we're going to place one or two of our tags because that's going to help us plan where the next photo mat. So the small tag, we're going to put on the left page.
Oh, I should put them down. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes, we're sticking our tags down.
Committed.
All that work. It's committed.
Okay.
The small tag is going to go there. I've left mine like that. I can still attach my hole or my eyelet later. And then we've got this small mat, which is going to go next to it. So now I actually have another fussy cut piece underneath the top. If you have a look here, there's another number strip here, which I haven't even cut yet. So I'm going to add that afterwards. Keep your tape on. Like I showed you in the first thing, just don't stick the top tape down until you, because you can go back and add things. Okay, so that one is going there. And then we've got this piece. Now this piece we're going to cut. You can take a ruler and a craft knife, or you can use your guillotine, whatever works for you. And we're just going to cut. It doesn't have to be exact, just more or less a strip. Like that. I'm going to flip it upside down. And this piece I'm going to stick right over here. Okay. Other piece. I'm going to stick on the right page. Over there. Just move it over a little bit so it's not overlapping our photo mat too much. Okay. If you find it too big, you can trim it a little bit more and move it up. I like to have things slightly over each other. This little guy I put in here. Remember the half face from layout number 1. I just shoved him over there, and then the frame will go over that. Okay, we've got the big alpha dog over here. Again, I just put a little bit of glue in the middle so that it's not overlapping too much of my photo mats, and I can still lift it afterwards to tuck my photos underneath here. Just put a bit of glue in the middle. Once you've added your photos and your last little bits, you can then stick down whatever you else, if there's any little pieces lifting up that you feel you need to stick down. And this guy is going on this side over here. Okay, so we put some cute little doggles on our page. Not doing a dog layout and you don't want the dogs, you can just leave them off and you can use any of the extra offcuts. There's more tags. There are, you can make some more tags if you like. And then our last 2 tags are going to go on. This one's going on this page. These, remember, have been raised with foam tape. Okay.
When you see the layout, you didn't see them as 3 separate tags initially.
No.
Yes.
But now, you know that you've created them individually, you see it differently.
Okay, now of course this is where I add all my little details. We have got so many little pieces in the off your fussy cut sheet, you can start adding little word strips as you like them. Once again, if you want to do your photos first, you can add these afterwards. I'm just showing you more or less where I've placed them. Little bits and pieces.
I love these tails.
I love all these little book plates, just using them really just here and there, where I think there's little gaps that need to be filled.
We scrap with the range, the more it just grows on. you.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I use
It's
this
so
this
cool.
one as well. This long strip that says warning men being boys, #trouble. And I thought the perfect thing is if you're not doing, because there's a quote on this that says it's a quote about dads. And if you are doing a page that's not about dads, this goes perfectly over that.
It does, yeah.
So you can stick that there and then you don't have to worry about your page limiting. I've just
You
popped
planned
mine
that,
here.
yes? You planned that, yeah.
Of course.
That's the text on your.
You
tabby
planned
cover,
that
yeah.
strip too.
You did, yeah.
So that's just an option for those that are maybe
Okay.
doing animal layouts or anything else if you don't want that quote. Then again, you could always just put a photo over there. But I am going to just add these over here.
This is gorgeous.
Little strip. And put another little book plate underneath them because I love them so much. And of course, all your little blobs you can just stick here and there. Just tuck them underneath. You can add a couple here. I haven't cut all of them yet. So there's lots that you can add when you feel like it. We've also got these little stars. I didn't even put anything on these because they work just as is. Sometimes just the raw naked chipboard is just the best because it's a little bit rough and not every piece of chipboard has to be inked or painted or treated. You can literally use them as is. And when you've got small little open corners, small touches like this will fill them and you don't need to do anything else. Of course, we've got our words that we're going to place. This one I've put up there, and you'll see once you add these sort of copper, let's just show you the finished page, because actually we're done. That's pretty much everything.
That's amazing.
Without a few little small details. Obviously, you can add your acetate. So I'm going to move this out of the frame and I'm going to show you, well, let's just move it up and I'll show you the finished layouts. You can see where we've added. You can see the words here. That's going to fill these little gaps here. I've added one there. I've put one there. There's another one on this tag. And then these little bits, you can add your blobs of studs or buttons or whatever they are. You can add them to the layout as you see fit.
There's so much room to make it your own. I mean,
Absolutely.
so much.
And there's so many fussy cuts that we didn't use. So
Yeah.
like I said, the extra
Another
stars, the little bits of chippies. Your frame, as I said, is going to go over here. So yeah, that's it.
Lovely.
That's
Thank you.
gorgeous.
Feel
Just
free
before,
to-
just Julie Cox has just logged on and said that she missed anything. Could you just repeat it?
Juliet's one, we're just starting.
This is a recording. They're
Unfortunately,
not
you're going to have to
studio.
watch from the beginning, from 4.5 hours ago.
You're not in studio.
But feel free to do so in your own time. I will not be repeating steps 100 to 400.
Not even the last one.
Can we put both of your layers
Yes.
just in shots? So
Let's do that. So you can also just see the little bits that you just can add to fill up. I mean, it's already pretty full, but you can add your finishing touches as you like. And it does finish it off really with the chipboard words. You'll see the little openings now. And once you've added your chipboards, it'll just fill those gaps. Are there any questions? Is anyone
I think they're
want
both.
me to repeat anything?
I think we've done well. Eh?
Yeah,
We've done
Four and a
extremely
half
well.
hours. We've done two
Yeah.
double layouts.
And they
And they detailed, yeah, they
I
detailed
mean,
that.
even those tags are comprehensive. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, thank you,
And
Julie.
now-
Well done, ladies. I'm super proud. It's
Yeah.
that's been lots of fun. Thanks.
So let's pop the other one
yes, let's do that.
and then we can
Yes, real.
end it off so we can see.
Very, very cool.
Okay, so that let's move it down. Those are our 2 layouts that we did today. Lots of detail, so well done, ladies.
A lot of people thanking you, Juliet, and from our side, we'd like to thank you as well. This is
Very
a
welcome.
lot of work
Lots
goes
of
into
fun.
this, and
Yeah.
you know, Juliet does this every month for us. And so, if you've got any old collections and you enjoy her style, go onto our website www.celebratesa.com, and all the notes are there. You can download them, do them for free.
If you're in Australia, it's also on the Australian website.
Yeah, if you're in Australia, www.celebrateoz.com, and the notes are there as well.
I mean, and the ranges date, so it doesn't matter when you do them.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the notes are always available. So
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So
easy
we're
to
probably gonna just end the recording on Zoom. But if you've got any questions over on Facebook, feel free to ask them.
So nice to meet. I was actually sit and do this.
And all in not even a day's work, a morning's work.
No, thank you. Took
Two
you a lot
double
longer.
layouts
Yeah.
done.
Well, I don't know, used to the scrapper.
Yeah, it took me about 3 weeks to do.
That's more realistic.
And as most things in life, they look better in real life. You know, I
Yes,
think everyone always
definitely.
sees the images,
Yeah.
but now that you've all created them, you can actually see
Yeah.
things always
Yeah.
look better
Mm.
in real life than
The
they do from a
detail that you
picture.
miss. Mm.
There's a couple of messages.
Yes, we used only 1 pack of paper. We did use the whole bulk pack. I see there's a question for those that have just joined. 1 pack of paper has done both these double layouts as well as tons of offcuts and leftovers, so you can actually create more.
Trying to end Zoom here, but I'm not very successful.
I'll spray this one.
Just close it. When it said in Zoom, is it not that
Yeah, it's
button?
going to end Facebook as well. So I think we can end everything now. Yeah. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We're gonna end off the class now.
A glass of wine.
Really appreciate everybody giving their morning up and crafting with us. The good news is we're going to be doing this again next month, and so there will be another teacher. We're not going to announce it just yet. Don't worry, Juliet will still be doing free notes, so
And we'll
you can do
come
that.
And
So we do have an exciting teacher teaching her layouts next month, but more will be announced or revealed at a later date. Thanks again. Really appreciate you guys joining in.
Thanks, everybody. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, first good thing I switched.
Somebody will have to sponsor it. Wow, Juliet, this is amazing. 2 layouts like this in one morning.
Well
Yeah,
done.
Well done.
I love it.
A lot of work.
It's a lot
Yeah,
of
I
well
can see
done.
like how much behind the scenes stuff is. It's insane.
That's huge.
I still can't stop the stupid Zoom. So
Oh,
we'll get there. There we go. Stop.
Then you just call it stupid, they kicked you out.
All right. Make sure it's the leg. We're all. There we go. And it ends with things moving across the screen. That's cool. Zoom stupid.
Baby D.
No, stop it.
Do you want to come back?
But that's like
Dennis, do you want to come
brained
back?
in memory now.
But I can't, yeah, I'm thinking like gangs like baby G.